being 2025 broadcast brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, and this is in partnership with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. In the highlights in the order of business this afternoon is the Public Fundraising Appeals Bill, Senate Bills number 36 of the year 2024, which is actually a resumption of debate on this bill by the Senate leader of the majority party. This debate was interrupted on the 28th of November 2024, and the House is scheduled to resume debate on the Public Fundraising Appeals Bill. And after conclusion of the allocated time for debate, the House will move into division to vote on the Public Fundraising Appeals Bill. The Environmental Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 23 of the year 2024 by Senator Abdul Haji. The County Civic Education Bill, Senate Bills number 4 of the year 2023 by Esther Okenyuri, a nominated senator. The other bills of the House is scheduled to debate this afternoon and subsequently proceed into division after having concluded on the allocated time for debate. The report of the Mediation Committee on the Conflict of Interest Bill, this being a bill originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 12 of the year 2023 by the Vice Chairperson Mediation Committee, is also lined up for debate this afternoon, and so is the Heritage and Museums Bill, Senate Bills number 8 of the year 2023 that dominated the proceedings of the Senate yesterday. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast, presided over by the Senate Speaker, Honorable Amason Kingi, already in the chamber this afternoon. Enjoy your viewing and have a great afternoon. My name is Gladys Mungai.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, tukusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Tutakuomba utuajalie tuyatende na kufikia mambo yote atakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The ringing of the quorum bell has commenced at the Senate this afternoon upon the official commencement of business this afternoon at the allocated time when the House is sitting today, and the directive pursuant to the Senate Standing Orders number 40 on matters quorum. We will be awaiting for our senators to make their way into the chamber this afternoon. And upon the signal that that quorum has been achieved, I'll be handing you over back to the chamber this afternoon. Under the Committee of the Whole, the House will be considering a number of bills. Among them is the County Assembly's Pension Scheme Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of the year 2024, and the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, this being a bill from the National Assembly, Bill number 24 of the year 2023. The Creative Economy Support Bill, the County Government's State Officers Removal from Office Procedure, the Livestock Protection and Sustainability Bill and the County Government's Amendment Bill number 39 of the year 2024 are some of the bills that the House is set to debate this afternoon. The House is also set to consider a motion by the Senator for Taita Taveta County, Senator Jones Mwaruma, and this motion is in regards to the establishment of a national teaching and referral hospitals in Kenya. In this motion, the Senator for Taita Taveta County is seeking to have the Senate urge the Minister of Health to do a number of things. Among them is to establish a national teaching and referral hospital in Coast, Eastern, Northeastern, Nyanza, and Western region. Allow me to hand over back to the chamber this afternoon. Enjoy your viewing.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to pursuant to Standing Order 232(1)(b) to raise a petition to the Senate concerning land injustices against the Olderkesi community members in Narok West constituency, Narok County. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order, I hereby present a petition that has been submitted by residents of Olderkesi in Narok County, Narok West, right to petition Parliament to consider any matters within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation. Mr. Speaker, the silent issues raised in the petitions are as follows. 1, that the Olderkesi group ranch situated in Narok West constituency in Narok County is a communal land measuring approximately 101,303,000 acres, where whose 7,818 acres was converted into a conservancy area by the name Olderkesi Conservancy. B, that an investor by the name of Calvin Cotters, or the family of Cotters, leased the land from 1920s to date, but the community is yet to receive any returns, compensation from the leasehold. C, that the Olderkesi group ranch has been subdivided and adjudication done, awaiting the issuance of title deeds in March 2025. D, that the Olderkesi group ranch has 25 clusters, with each cluster having representatives appointed to the Land Adjudication Committee to ensure that each community member is allocated at least 3 acres of land. That the community members allocated land to themselves, that the committee members allocated land to themselves, their relatives and friends from the region, others selling the parcels of land, denying community members their rightful share. The whole process lacked transparency. F, that the adjudication officer left out bona fide members in the adjudication registry containing records of rights and interest to the land and inserted names of non-community members, and this was not made public. G, that the petitioners have made the best efforts to have the matter addressed by the relevant authorities, including the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, the National Land Commission, and the County Government of Narok, all of which have failed to give a satisfactory response. And finally, H, that none of the issues raised in the petitions are pending before any courts of law, constitution, or legal body. Number 4, consequently, the petitioners pray that the Senate does the following. 1, intervenes and investigate the matter with a view to ensure that the original members of the Olderkesi group ranch are identified and are fairly allocated land, and the total number of registered members is established. and a list of the numbers of parcels of land sold and the beneficiaries is furnished. Number 2, inquires into the matters and establish when the Oldergesi Conservancy was founded, the lease amount paid by Mr. Calvin Cotters and family, detailed information of the lessors, and ensure that the community members are adequately compensated from the leasehold venture. And 5, inquire into the matters and make legislative intervention relating to sale of land, transfer, and acquisition process to ensure that innocent Kenyans are protected. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay...
Majority Leader, before you table the papers, on Senator Ledama's petition, now pursuant to Standing Order 238-1, I commit the petition to the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources. And in terms of Standing Order 238-2A, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the date of reading the prayer, which is today, to table its report in the Senate for consideration. And the Senate shall thereafter consider and adopt the report of the committee. You may proceed, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of this Senate. Today, the year of our Lord, 2025, March 12th, Mr. Speaker. 1, the Water Services Regulations, legal notice number 54 of 2025. The Water Harvesting and Storage Regulations, legal notice number 57 of 2025. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the Water Resources Regulations, legal notice number 58 of 2025. I thank you.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. The Honorable Senator for Isiolo County, Senator Fatuma Dulo. Honorable Senator, maybe before you take to the floor, allow me to make this communication, please. Honorable Senators, I'd like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of a visiting teacher and learners from Hillcrest Preparatory School in Nairobi County. The delegation comprises 1 teacher and 35 learners who are in the Senate for a one-day academic exposition. Now, Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon the Senator for Nairobi County, Senator Edwin Sifuna, under 1 minute to extend a word of welcome to the delegation. Proceed, Honorable Senator.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the Senate to welcome the students from Hillcrest to this Honorable House this afternoon. I hope that they enjoy their tour of the Senate this afternoon. I'm being informed by Senator Olekina. He used the very same words I'm going to use. Some of his children go to Hillcrest, and therefore, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, I needed to convey that message, that in fact it is a school that some of our kids in this house attend, and we wish them all the best. We wish them all the best during this tour, and of course in their studies and in their future endeavors. They look very bright and happy. I think one of them must be Olekina's children, going by the hair, Honorable Chair. So welcome to the Senate and enjoy your stay. Thank you very much.
Senator Dulo, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding to project funded by the Equalization Fund in Isiolo County. In the statement, the committee should provide comprehensive list of projects funded by the Equalization Fund in Isiolo County, including their respective budget allocation and implementation timelines. Number two, specify the criteria used in selecting those projects, outlining the key parameters under the criteria, confirming whether public participation was conducted in determining priority areas, and provide details on the public participation process. Number three, state the current status of each project, indicating the percentage of completion, any delays encountered, and the specific challenges faced, and the mitigation measures undertaken to address those challenges and ensure project continuity. Number four, clarify the disbursement schedule of funds for the approved project, highlighting any delays in release of funds that may have affected the progress of ongoing or planned initiatives, and provide reasons for any delays and steps taken to resolve them. Finally, outline any upcoming projects planned under Equalization Fund for Isiolo County, elaborating on the measures in place to ensure equitable distribution of resources across all deserving areas. Mr. Speaker, if you can allow me to read the other two, I'll appreciate. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the financial mismanagement relating to the implementation of the 2-kilometer Cabro road providing projects in Bulapesa Ward, Isiolo County. In the statement, the committee should state when the contract for the project was awarded and the contract sum, the percentage of the work completed so far, and whether public participation was conducted ahead of implementation of the project. Number two, provide details on the payment made to the contractor to date. Three, outline the measures in place to ensure accountability and transparency in the utilization of public funds, particularly in infrastructure project in Isiolo County. Finally, provide a comprehensive list of infrastructure projects undertaken by county during the financial year 2023, 2024, and 24-25, including the allocated budget and the amount already utilized. The final statement, Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing regarding the delay in the completion of the construction of Garandare Bridge in Isiolo County. In the statement, the committee should provide an update on the completion status of construction of Garandare Bridge, the expected timeline for completion, and the reason for any delays. Number two, specify whether the contractor has adhered to the agreed upon project timelines and whether any penalties have been imposed for non-compliance. Number three, state the total budget allocated for the project and the amount disbursed so far, and any outstanding payment that may have contributed to the delay. Finally, state measures being implemented by the responsible agencies to ensure the project is completed without further delays. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senator Alexander Mundigi.
Request for statement on government directive to introduce Kenya Certificate of Secondary Examination KCSE mid-year exams. Mr. Speaker, sir, rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to check a statement from the Standing Committee on Education regarding the ministry initiative to introduce Kenya Certificate of Secondary Examination KCSE mid-year exams in July for students who missed the exam or wish to repeat. Mr. Speaker, sir, on 19 January 2025, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Mr. Julius Ogamba, while announcing the 2024 KCSE results, stated that the Ministry of Education plans to introduce mid-year KCSE examinations starting in July 2025. This initiative aims to provide an opportunity for students who were unable to sit for exam or those who wish to improve their grades. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state the impact of this directive on students who have already enrolled and paid school fees for the first term, and also the fees to be paid candidates who wish to sit for the exam. 2, clarify whether the directive allows students to enroll for classes to enable them attain good grade when they sit the mid-year exam. 3, investigate the measures in place to ensure that this directive does not disrupt the normal school's calendar. And 4, explain if the ministry could consider postponing the directive to 2026, given that it was abruptly and some learners have already transitioned.
Senator Mwenda Gataya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to standing under 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing regarding the allocation and distribution of funds for roads projects across the counties. In the statement, Honorable Speaker, the committee should provide a breakdown of the budgetary allocations for road construction projects by the Kenya Urban Roads Authority, that is KURA, and the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA, from the financial year 2022-2023 up to date, indicating the value of the projects in each county. At the same time, Honorable Speaker, the committee should explain the criteria used to allocate and distribute funds to road projects across the different counties, detailing the measures in place to ensure equitable distribution. Number 3, Honorable Speaker, the committee should clarify whether KURA and KERA conducts consultations to inform budgetary allocations, and if so, disclose the parties involved in these consultations. And number 4, Honorable Speaker, the committee should also outline the steps being taken by the government to bridge gaps in budgetary allocations for road projects across the counties. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is Senator Mwenda Gataya, CBS MP, Senator for the Rakadeti County today, 7th March 2025.
Senator David Okoli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Request for a statement on the staff recruitment, promotion, and development practices at the Nairobi City County Betting, Lotteries and Gaming Control Board. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding the staff recruitment, promotion, and development practices in the Nairobi City County Betting, Lotteries and Gaming Control Board. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide an overview of the staff recruitment, promotion and development practices at the Nairobi City County Betting, Lotteries and Gaming Control Board. 2, provide a breakdown of the staff complement by cadre at the board, stating whether the staff complement reflects the regional and ethnic diversity of the people of Kenya, and if not, explain what is being done to remedy the situation. 3, table a list of all members of senior management at the board, providing details of their respective academic qualifications and professional work and experience. 4, provide details on the most recent recruitment and promotion processes undertaken at the institution, disclosing 1, whether vacant positions in the recruitment process were advertised internally or externally. 2, the criteria used in selecting successful candidates for recruitment and promotion, including whether participation in trainings and capacity building programs also formed a basis for promotion. 3, the names, academic qualifications, and professional work experience, including the respective period of service with the board for all successful candidates. And 5, provide a list of all officers that were employed by the defunct Nairobi City County Betting Licensing and Regulation Board and later transitioned to the Nairobi City County Betting Lotteries and Gaming Control Board, disclosing the current and previous positions held by these officers during their service with the two boards. Senator Wafula Okoli, MP, Senator Bungoma County. Thank you.
Senator Miraj Abdullahi. You may proceed. Senator Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to read a statement from Senator Miraj Abdallah on the transfer of gender desk from police stations to public hospitals. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Labour and Social Welfare regarding the transfer of gender desk from police station to a public hospital. In the statement, the committee should provide a status update on implementation of the presidential directive issued on 20th November 2024 regarding the transfer of gender desk from police stations to public hospitals to ensure that victims of gender-based violence, GBV, receive immediate medical attention and police support at the same time. Senator Miraj Abdullahi, MP, nominated senator. Thank you.
Senator Professor Tom Ojenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two statements. The first statement is on the implementation of the affordable housing projects in Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transport and Housing regarding the implementation of the affordable housing projects in Kisumu County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide an update of the Lumumba Affordable Housing Project, detailing the project scope, total number of housing units, funding sources, project timelines and criteria for house allocation upon completion to ensure transparency, accountability and inclusivity, particularly for low-income residents. Secondly, outline the status of the Kenya Informal Settlements Improvement Project, KISIP Phase 2 in Kisumu County, highlighting infrastructure upgrades in settlements such as Obunga, Migosi, Kibuye, Bandani and Kaloleni, including road improvements, drainage systems,
Senator Folamu, kindly take your seat,
and sanitation facilities, street lighting, and land tenure regularization. 3, indicate any challenges affecting the implementation of these housing initiatives, including financing, land acquisition, legal disputes, or public participation, and the strategies adopted to address these obstacles and ensure timely and successful project completion. And lastly, provide details on upcoming housing projects in Kisumu County under the Affordable Housing Program, specifying expected timelines, target beneficiaries, projected impact on housing deficits, and the role of the national county governments in financing, planning, and execution to ensure effective collaboration and resource allocation. Mr. Speaker, sir, my second statement is on the proposed 10% land rate policy for Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations regarding the proposed 10% land rate policy announced by the Kisumu City Manager during the Nyanza International Investment Conference held at Siala from the 6th to 8th February 2025. Mr. Speaker, the Nyanza International Conference serves as a platform for regional leaders, professionals and stakeholders at international, national and local levels to showcase the economic potential of the region and present investment opportunities to potential investors. However, the participation in the conference required an entry fee of shillings 10,000 per person, making it inaccessible to many local residents. During this year's conference, Mr. Speaker, the Kisumu City County Manager proposed a 10% land rate policy for Kisumu County without conducting meaningful public participation beforehand. This lack of public engagement contravenes the principles outlined in Articles 174, 184C, 118(1)A, 196A, 201(1), 35, 232(1)F of the Constitution. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide the justification for introducing the 10% land rate policy, including the legal basis for implementation. 2, explain why the county government of Kisumu did not conduct meaningful public participation in line with the Constitution and the statutory requirements before coming up with a new land rate policy. 3, state whether the county government will suspend further implementation of the policy until extensive public participation has been conducted. 4, clarify the criteria and methodology used to determine the proposed land rate. And lastly, outline measures put in place to ensure that the policy does not burden local residents, particularly vulnerable groups.
Mr. Speaker, sir, request for statement on insecurity facing the residents of Samburu North constituency in Samburu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding the insecurity facing the residents of Samburu North constituency, Samburu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the recent past, there have been grave issues of insecurity in Samburu North constituency, particularly highway banditry and other criminal activities, including attacks on law enforcement officers. Various insecurity incidences have been witnessed as follows. 1, on 9th January 2025, a tragic attack occurred along Baragoi Road when armed criminals ambushed a vehicle, resulting to senseless killing of one person, a father who was traveling with his child to school. On 13th January 2025, bandits raided tomb herders, stealing 150 heads of cattle and brutally killing 3 individuals. And additionally, 1 person sustained injuries during the attack. 3, on 10th February 2025, criminals launched deadly attack on a police vehicle transporting remandees arrested for serious offenses from Marala Law Courts. During the attack, the police officer driving the vehicle, Mr. Humphrey Oroba, was killed, and the assailants took his firearm before freeing all 8 remandees. On 27 February 2025, criminals ambushed a public transport bus, killing 2 passengers and injuring 10 others. On 10th March 2025, bandits raided Kilepoi herders and stole a unknown number of livestock, killing several people and injuring several others. In the statement, the committee should provide a report on the status of investigation into the specified insecurity incidents. disclose the identities of the perpetrators and their financiers or sponsors, and indicate whether they have been arrested and arraigned in court. 3, outline the plans for compensating the victims and the families of those who lost their lives and livestock in these attacks, and provide an update on the ongoing efforts to recover the stolen police firearm and livestock. Outline the efforts being made by the government to improve the capacity and resources of police officers in Samburu County, including the provision of advanced technical equipment and the permanent deployment of patrol officers along Maralal-Baragoi Road and other key routes within Samburu North constituency and the wider Samburu County to ensure continuous and effective security coverage, and detail the measures being implemented by the government to enhance security and curb the rising incidences of violence, ensuring the safety of residents in Samburu North constituency and the wider Samburu County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Maombi ya taarifa kuhusiana na kupotea mara kwa mara kwa nguvu za umeme katika kaunti ya Mombasa na viunga vyake. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesimama kwa mujibu wa kanuni za kudumu namba 53(1) ya kanuni za Bunge la Seneti kuomba kauli kutoka kwa kamati ya Kawi kuhusiana na kupotea kwa nguvu za umeme katika kaunti ya Mombasa na viunga vyake, hususan katika mwezi huu mtukufu wa Ramadhani. Mheshimiwa Spika, kutoka mwanzo wa mwezi huu wa Machi ambao unaenda sawia na mwezi mtukufu wa Ramadhani, jiji la Mombasa na viunga vyake limeshuhudia kupotea mara kwa mara kwa nguvu za umeme. Hii imeathiri pakubwa mipango ya ibada na biashara kwa wakazi, ikizingatiwa kwamba mwezi huu waumini wengi wa dini ya Kiislamu wanahusika na ibada ya swala ya usiku ambayo inajulikana kama tarawih. Vile vile biashara huongezeka katika mwezi huu kwa sababu watu wengi huenda madukani baada ya swala za usiku. Hivyo basi kupotea huku kwa nguvu za umeme kumeathiri pakubwa swala pamoja na biashara. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika kauli hiyo kamati ieleze chanzo cha kupotea kwa umeme mara kwa mara katika mwezi huu mtukufu wa Ramadhani na ichukue hatua zinazofaa ili kuhakikisha kuwa wananchi wanapata huduma hii wanapata huduma wanazostahili. Pili, iorodheshe hatua ambazo serikali inachukua kusuluhisha tatizo la kukatika kwa umeme jijini Mombasa, ikizingatiwa kuwa Waislamu wanashindwa kutimiza maombi yao ya usiku na wafanyabiashara pia wanapata hasara kutokana na ukosefu wa umeme. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for a statement on the status of repatriation of Kenyans caught in human trafficking situations. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53(1) to seek a statement from the Committee of National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding the status of repatriation of Kenyans caught in human trafficking situations. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide the Senate with a report detailing the current status, the current statistics on the number of Kenyan human trafficking victims repatriated over the last 3 years, including the countries they were held. 2, state the specific legal frameworks and protocol governing the repatriation of human trafficking victims, including a clear action plan, timelines for the repatriation process, and indicate whether there are existing bilateral agreements to facilitate repatriation. 3, outline the measures the government is taking to combat the rising prevalence of human trafficking rings operating under the guise of recruitment agencies, and 4, specify the measures in place to ensure the safety of and security of victims during and after repatriation, and state the support provided to the repatriated victims. Senator Agnes Kavindu, MP, Senator Machakos County. Thank you.
Now, honorable senators, we will allow comments on this request for statements for a maximum time of 15 minutes. So if you get a moment to speak, kindly keep it at most at 3 minutes. Professor Tom Agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to comment on the statement by Senator Mwenda Gataya on the distribution of funds for road projects across counties. Mr. Speaker, this statement could not have come at a better time. The budgetary allocation for road construction projects under Kura and Kera and the mechanisms for such allocation, Mr. Speaker, cannot be understated. Cannot be understated, Mr. Speaker, because every county, Mr. Speaker, and I speak for my county in this case, has roads that are not done. And, Mr. Speaker, it is in this regard that the framework for allocation of funds should be set out in a manner, Mr. Speaker, that brings some level of fairness and to counties, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, in terms of mileage, and I'm sure this is data that the CS and the PS Ministry of Roads would have. In terms of data, Mr. Speaker, it is important that some fairness is given to the allocation so that we do not have regions or areas, Mr. Speaker, where the road network is at a level that is beyond fair, say 50 to 60% of roads tarmacked or at a level that is motorable, Mr. Speaker, because there are some counties, Mr. Speaker, where we do not even have tarmacked or motorable roads, Mr. Speaker. This statement, Mr. Speaker, addresses the question of equity and also addresses, Mr. Speaker, the manner and the modality of allocating funds both under Kura and Kera. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that the CS, the new CS for roads, the Honorable Chirchir, has worked on a framework that brings some level of fairness. And when the Senator for Tharaka Nithi inquires into this question, I'm sure he's alive to the fact that many roads in Tharaka Nithi may need some action. And it is that action, Mr. Speaker, that I call action that remedies or that addresses those counties that are lagging behind and that have allocations that are lower than allocations for counties that have roads that are motorable, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ride on the statement by the Senator Kavindu, the Senator of Machakos. It is important that when our suspects, Kenyans who are suspects in drug trafficking, are arrested, it is important that the government of Kenya should do everything possible to ensure that they are given fair trial. Period. Fair trial and nothing else. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand what the Senate is looking for when she says repatriation of victims. You call criminals of drug trafficking victims? People who mess our children up? Mr. Speaker, if anything, once the government is satisfied that a criminal has first fair trial. It should ensure that that guy should be jailed in that country, serve a full term there for it to serve as a deterrent, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mogeni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on the statement by Tom Ojenda on the proposed 10% land rate policy. Mr. Speaker, at a time when Kenyans are already crying from heavy taxation, our governors are increasing rates. In Nairobi, if you have received the rates for your properties this year, the governor of Nairobi has increased rates. Where do we run to, Mr. Speaker? Wakenya ni wale wale. Mshahara ni ule ule. Where do we go, Mr. Speaker? We need to pump sense to our governors. You cannot overtax Kenyans. Nairobi, you have retirees in Kilimani who used to pay rates of 7,000. Now the demand notes for this year is over 50,000. Where do these Kenyans go, Mr. Speaker? And then you are taxing Kenyans without provision of services. If you ask these retirees, Mr. Speaker, they have never known anything called garbage collection from the county government in Nairobi. They buy water, bottled water to drink. Mr. Speaker, there is no train service from where they live to town, Mr. Speaker. Go to Gikomba, Machakos, that road. Look at the state of that road. Look at the conditions under which those poor Kenyans are doing their business. There is no water. When they go to hospitals, there is no medicine. And yet we are just taxing. Mr. Speaker, we are the only house, we as elected people, who can speak for these voiceless people. They have no voice. The only voice they have is through their senators. Mr. Speaker, do we sit back and watch the governor of Kisumu introduce 10% rates on properties on those poor residents of the county of Kisumu? We must do something. I don't know which committee will look into this matter, but we need to be serious, Mr. Speaker, and look for a solution. Pay as you earn as a cap. But rates, whether you are poor or rich, once the county says you will pay 10%, you have nowhere to run to. Dakika moja tu. Mr. Speaker, sir, 1 minute.
Give the Honourable Senator 1 minute to
Yeah,
conclude.
so I plead, Mr. Speaker, the committee that will look into this matter, to take this matter seriously, even if it means, Madam Speaker, us looking for legislative intervention. We do something. Overtaxation can create a revolution. If you tax Kenyans beyond what they have in their pockets, you'll be causing a revolution. Let's be sensitive on issues dealing with taxation. Let us not overtax Kenyans. Let us be fair. Let us be sensitive. Let us be considerate on our taxation. And Mr. Speaker, my President, William Ruto, should know that the buck will stop with him. The cry of Kenyans will be at his doorstep. So he also needs to rein in on our governors. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Murgo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to join my colleagues on making my comments on the insecurity in Samburu. It is pathetic that this area called Paraguay is all the time in news, that people have been killed, vehicles have been ambushed, things have been snatched away, property, including cows and goats, have been stolen and so on. The security agents in these areas know where these thugs or robbers or killers are common or frequent, and therefore they should be able to lay tight security activities around those areas so that these people do not succeed. I've known, because my place or my county, part of my county, is one that is like that in Rift Valley, especially Kerio and the border between Kenya and Uganda. And so what we have done is to make sure that they do not succeed in taking cows or goats or the animals that they have taken. We pursue until we return. And so when that is done, they become discouraged and do not attempt another raid. And then also the culprits should be pursued until the security men, especially now that we have NPR, we should really be able to succeed or do better than when we didn't have them. And so I support.
Senator Onyonka Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to first of all thank Honorable Murgo for raising the issue of that. My honest observation, Senator Murgo, that is drones. They will see who's stealing the cows, they'll see where it's gone, and they'll see who the owners, but they can't. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I had my brother and senior and wonderful friend, Honorable Halwale, discussing the matter that Honorable Kavindu has raised. Honorable Halwale, I was in my past life an Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs. 70% of your young Kenyans who have been arrested in these foreign countries carrying drugs were actually conned, convinced, and they carried those drugs to those countries without some of them even knowing that they were actually carrying those drugs. And some of us have got friends and their children are involved in these things. I would like for the government to be more softer, more kinder. What in other jurisdictions happens, Mr. Speaker, is that once people are arrested and they have most probably served a period of even 5 years, normally what caring governments do is they repatriate those prisoners to come and finish their terms in their countries. That is, I believe, what Madam Kavindu was actually requesting the government to do. Number two, the reality is that this sexual exploitation and indeed the young people who have been arrested because of the sex trafficking which has taken place in those countries, on my colleagues in this house, many Kenyans went out to look for a living, to look for jobs. And some of them got themselves into these activities. So really, I do believe, Mr. Speaker, that as a responsible government and as a people, we can interrogate those matters. The government has the capacity of looking at all the prisoners arrested in foreign countries. The government can look at all the Kenyans who've been arrested in different countries and they are stationed there. Some of them have been put in detention camps. I believe that is what Madam Kavindu was talking about. And I think when the committee gets to the point, we will be able to explain some of these things. And I believe the Ministry of Foreign Affairs actually does have records of a majority of the Kenyans in some of these prisons out of the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to support the statement from Senator from Siolo, Senator Fatuma. Honorable Speaker, Actually, what has happened is that in the budget making of counties, they always take the budget first to the public. There's public participation, and immediately they do again supplementary after approval. So they only justify it. One other thing, Honorable Speaker, the budget is actually not based on need base. It's actually at the will of the governor and his team how the budget is taking place in these counties. I think that's one other thing, Honorable Speaker, there are so many unfinished stall projects from since 2013. It is not a priority anymore for those governors. So much money has been spent, projects have started still. Some of them are even their offices and assembly offices. And then it is not actually prioritized. They always keep on looking for new projects, which is a very unfortunate situation. One other thing, Honorable Speaker, is that in budget making system, I think the finance chairman, who is also my party leader, is here. We need to have a control on this thing and things. There should be, the BVM action must be followed. That every pending issues or pending unpaid bills, actually the bills are increasing, the pending bills are increasing by the year, every time. And it's not being paid. Priorities are changing every time. So I think the finance committee should come up and tell Kenyans what this House is going to do about this escalating of the pending bills. Equally, we will ask the finance committee to at least follow up this issue, that all projects that are stalled must be finished before the end of this term. I beg to support.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make some comments on two statements. The first statement is on the insecurity in Samburu County. Mr. Speaker, I listened keenly when I was walking in, and I've also had an opportunity to read the statement by the distinguished senator from Samburu, and it shows some form of laxity in our police forces or police service. There's absolutely no reason as to why a chronological event, which is known by the security officers, cannot be acted upon. When you hear the distinguished senator say that on the 9th of January, on the 13th of January, then he goes on the 10th of January, on the 10th of February, then he goes on the 27th of February, 10th of March, including even bandits, and even today, including even these bandits going in and killing police officers who are transporting criminals from the law courts, and nothing is happening? Mr. Speaker, sir, I've seen what the distinguished senator has requested to be committed, to be investigated. And I actually want to say, all these things that you've asked for are things which will just give you literature for no reason. I think what we should ask for is for the Ministry of Interior to take swift action to be able to go and safeguard the citizens of Samburu, people who are there. Because if you now say, provide a report, what is the report for? So that we can sit here and read? So what? The issue is this: the Ministry of Interior should move swiftly, and no one is doing anything. The residents of Samburu are citizens of this republic. They should be protected. You know, we cannot, in the 21st century, we cannot be sitting here and talking about the insecurity in Baragoi. This is absolutely ridiculous. Mr. Speaker, the second statement that I want to comment on, because of time, otherwise I would have gone on this issue of insecurity, is a statement raised by the distinguished senator from Kisumu. There's no doubt taxation is something which is necessary. In fact, the Constitution is very clear. Article 201 of the Constitution, when it talks about the principle that shall guide aspect of public finance in this republic, one key important factor is that the burden of taxation shall be shared fairly. Now, the question is, when you look at Nairobi as an example, have land rates been reviewed for a period of time? You know, Kisumu County, all our counties, if we really want to be able to provide services to our citizens, have we been able to review those taxes on leasehold? I think what we need to do is to encourage And I hope that the committee will encourage those counties to carry out public participation, to see. People are bleeding, yes, but we've got to find a balance. In Nairobi County, Mr. Speaker, 30 seconds, please.
Give the Honorable Senator the requested 30 seconds.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in Nairobi County, it is imperative that we review the taxes, the land rates, so that we can be fair and balanced. We are talking about Nairobi County not being able to pay street lights, and it's a security issue. You collect taxes to pay for bills. That is number one. In Kisumu County, I think it's a matter of, public participation. So there's absolutely no reason. We just have to be fair. That is the key, most important thing. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the committee, which will be looking at this issue of this taxation, can be able to look at it and become fair. And I hope that finally, even the taxes which were levied on housing levy will reduce this financial year. I hope they'll go down to 1% or even lower than 1%, so that we balance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Essie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support the statement by Senator Miraj on alleged transfer of gender desks from police stations to public hospitals. I would make this proposal. I think instead of that transfer, why don't we have the gender desks both at the police stations and in public hospitals, so that we make the fight against gender-based violence effective? Because, Mr. Speaker, the first point of call when one has been attacked is the police station. So moving it from there doesn't make it any easier, because the moment you go to hospital, you need to also, for the legal processes to take place, you need to have the OB that is justifying that indeed that has happened and action needs to be taken. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about the statement by the Embu Senator on introduction of KCSE examinations. I'm a product of those examinations, and maybe we need to see what is actually informing the ministry to reintroduce that for the current breed of students, so that we are able to weigh the pros and cons of that at this point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sifuna.
Honorable Speaker, I wanted to comment on the statement by the Senator for Machakos, Honorable Kavindu. I think Senator Khalwale misapprehended the thrust of this particular statement. Senator Khalwale should know that just in the recent days, Honorable Speaker, over 100 Kenyans were stranded at the border between Thailand and Myanmar. And these people were not criminals. In fact, they have been lured to these Far East countries to purportedly, go work there. But when they get there, Honorable Speaker, they're being held against their will as part of these online extortion gangs. And they were able to be released, but they were stuck at the border with Thailand because Thai authorities were not opening the border. That is exactly the statement that Senator Kavindu was talking about. And you can see, Honorable Speaker, I think there were reports that about 64 of them had been rescued a few days ago, and another 20 or 24 just this week. So, Honorable Speaker, this statement was not speaking to people who have been caught on the wrong side of the law. In fact, these are victims and suspecting victims of a global ring of online extortionists, and government must do everything to be able to return these people home. So, Honorable Speaker, that is the only comment I wanted to make. And lastly, on the statement regarding rates in Nairobi, in fact, I wanted to inform the Senator for Narok that the county government of Nairobi, just like the national government, also passes what we call a finance bill every annual financial year. And in that particular bill, it is proposed through the assembly for the county government to be able to levy various fees here and there. There is a discussion to be had about whether the services are commensurate to the fees that are being charged, but you cannot challenge the legality of the levying of those rates, especially because the bill, the finance bill at the county level, also is subject to public participation. And the fact of the matter is, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to land rates, we had not reviewed our valuation roll for a very long time. I remember every single time the county has tried to do a new valuation roll, there have been obstacles that have been placed on its way. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we can rightly, as we should, pursue service delivery. But then again, we cannot cry that rates have been reviewed yet. If you look at the rates that some of these properties were paying, were not commensurate with what is actually the market value of those properties as of now. So, Honorable Speaker, those are the only comments I wanted to make, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Senator Sigei Wakili.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to comment on the statement by the Honorable Senator Mwenda Gataya on the need to have this particular data and also the criteria of allocation of resources for purposes of Kenya Urban Roads Authority and also Kenya Rural Roads Authority. Mr. Speaker, the statement in itself will guide the country in building some level of affirmative action with regards to the criteria with which the agencies under the Ministry of Roads and Infrastructure allocate resources. Lately, Mr. Speaker, we have had comments across in the National Assembly where members, wherever there are issues as regards the budget allocation, speaks to places where you have so many infrastructure on roads under Kera and Kura ongoing, whereas there are other places where accessibility, particularly even to some specific public places, are not available, and it's because of unavailability of resources. This particular statement, Mr. Speaker, I wish would also facilitate the membership of this committee that will be given the statement to deal with, to go beyond the period that the Honorable Senator has enlisted, that's between 2022-2023 to date, so that in a bid to ensure that we have this affirmative action to areas where for a long period of time they've been ignored with little or no resources at all in terms of allocation, get this particular consideration. And secondly, to enhance the ability of the specific agencies to classify the various roads, because the roads under Kura and roads under Kera are sometimes falling victims to what we have experienced across our county governments, where resources which have been allocated to a road that is classified to be under Kera and Kura can still get allocations from county governments, where that particular allocation is put into abuse by the county government and the relevant agencies within the county government. Because of double allocation, people use such as an opportunity to steal and or misappropriate the resources. So I wish this committee that will be involved in dealing with this particular statement will go beyond the number of years or the period that has been identified, and further to also ensure that they deal with the aspect on classification, so that we have all the relevant agencies getting this aspect to deal with in terms of ensuring everyone knows the process, the allocation criteria.
Let's give the Senator 1 minute to conclude his remarks. All right, so we move to Senator Ali Roba.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise, albeit the restricted number of minutes, I want to comment on the issue of the power outages in Mombasa County, which is the second capital of this country. It's extremely embarrassing when you get to levels where just last week we were complaining very bitterly about Mandera's situation, which is in desperate state. If now counties like Mombasa, a city county, starts complaining about that, I believe the Kenya Power and Lighting Company needs to be seriously investigated. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also rise to support on the statement on these challenges of security in Samburu County. As a leader who comes from an area, really affected by terror insecurity, this issue of communal insecurity, if the terror becomes a challenge for our security to manage, then this issue of communal insecurity should be something that the government of Kenya should be able to really tackle very firmly in order to make sure that our public do not suffer perennially every year discussing about some small-time crooks in the name of community trying to cause a lot of havoc in Baragoi area and other areas, including even Isiolo County, where cattle rustling by communities has really been a major challenge affecting the population of Isiolo County and Samburu County for that matter. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support.
Senator Lominan.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand to commend on a statement by Senator Lelegwe on the insecurity of Samburu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's really a problem by the security personnel to handle the issue of cattle rustling. Mr. Speaker, it is a reason where most of us sit down to listen, Mr. Speaker, because in these counties of Samburu, Marsabit, Turkana, Isiolo, and other West Pokot, insecurity happens every time, every moment, Mr. Speaker. People are killed, a property is taken, and less is being done to those people who are really affected. And it's because, Mr. Speaker, sir, these communities have decided to be in a state of nature, where they just kill the people the way they want, they take property the way they want, and there is nothing that is being done to these bandits. That's why they raid, they kill children, they kill women, they kill whatever, and they just, even the statement is not written even in a police station. Can you, a case study of what happened recently in a place called Tolonyang, where more than 30 people were killed in the Lake Turkana. And up to now, their bodies have not been retrieved, Mr. Speaker. The reason of this, Mr. Speaker, sir, is because our borders, most of our borders are porous. Like now, Mr. Speaker, sir, in Turkana County, we border almost 3 states. We border Ethiopia, we border Southern Sudan, we border Uganda. And you find, Mr. Speaker, sir, all these borders are porous. There's highly established ordered security in these borders, Mr. Speaker, sir. And in our area, we have no KDFs in these borders, Mr. Speaker, sir, to counter the attacks on the other states. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's also very important to empower NPR in these areas, because NPRs are locally informed security personnel. They know the terrain, they know how to handle these bandits, because they live together with them. They have
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to comment on the statement also by the Senator for Samburu. Honorable Speaker, for the last 3 or so months, between November, December, January, around there has been relative peace along Kerevale, Turkana, Samburu, along that area, because banditry had gone down and we were celebrating. In fact, at the beginning of the year, 5th of January, Honorable Speaker, we had some celebrations as Kerevale people because we had peace. So, but I don't know what has happened all of a sudden. The security teams need to establish, they need to use intelligence properly, because it looks like there is some commercial part of this banditry. It's no longer normal cat rustling. It's become more or less like a business, Honorable Speaker, because this weekend that is just there, yesterday, we buried 2 people in Elgeyo-Marakwet County. There's one who will be buried on Friday. And it's happening in Samburu, in Isiolo, in Turkana, in West Pokot. So why has it become so difficult for the security teams with the intelligence of DCI, intelligence of NIS, who are being given a lot of resources. What are they doing with these resources if they cannot even stem banditry within the country? So this is something that is very serious, Honorable Speaker, that the teams at the Ministry of the Interior and NIS need to sort out once and for all, because our people, instead of focusing on development, they are focusing on barring people, on running around. I mean, it looks like we are not part of this country, Honorable Speaker. Second, Honorable Speaker, is the one on by the Senator for Kisumu, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I believe it's right that maybe for a long time, the counties have not done valuation rolls to establish the actual value for properties, Honorable Speaker. But also, they need to account for the current resources they are collecting. Because if you check our water bills, there is an item called sewerage and garbage collection. And basically, most of us here in Nairobi, the garbage collections are done by private companies. They are not done by the county. So why are they charging for a service and they are not delivering the service? So they need to rethink, ensure there is proper public participation, because luckily Kenyans, we know what to do in case they want to increase. Basically, the courts are there to save us from additional taxations from the counties, because these governors are not utilizing the resources they are getting from the share of revenue and also what they are collecting. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Hezena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise also to contribute to the statement on insecurity in Samburu County. Mr. Speaker, coming from Samburu North, particularly Baragoi, every day I sit here and I receive news that I have lost a relative of someone or someone I know due to a banditry attack. And even worse, lately, the issue has escalated so much that we have operated criminal syndicates that are attacking shops within Baragoi and other town centers. And I rise to speak to this because I had a pending statement that I was told will not be processed because it was similar to the senators. Mr. Speaker, as we speak right now, I have just received information that there is an attack ongoing at a place called Soitpus in Poro, near Malaso. And by the way, Malaso is one of our only tourist attraction centers or sites shared by Samburu West and Samburu North. Mr. Speaker, it's very saddening that indeed it's become so normalized that Samburus can just lose their lives, residents of Samburu can just be killed like flies, and there is no substantial action being taken by the government. I feel very irritated because it's making us political leaders look like we are helpless, like we cannot come to the rescue of our people. I think it's about time the government tells us whether it can secure the people or residents of Samburu or that our people should take care of themselves. It's about time we are told clearly what we need to do. Mr. Speaker, we have had public servants, people holding very high-ranking offices in this country, going to the grassroots and making incitatory remarks that can elicit very serious, volatile emotions among our people. I have also not seen any action being taken against these people, not even by the almost toothless national cohesion, the national cohesion. Mr. Speaker, I have also heard of compensations happening for people from the farming counties. We have had the PS for livestock the other day appearing before the devolution committee. We hear that there have been compensation for livestock lost due to banditry and stealing. I have never heard of compensation to any northern counties. And mind you, stealing our livestock.
Give the Honourable Senator an extra minute. Condense your thoughts, Honourable Senator, and conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would like to see our people being equally compensated because reports of this livestock lost is something that is reaching the relevant ministries and authorities every single day, such that it has been normalized. As we speak, I have just gotten a message that 100 shots have been taken. And we have shots, and we have 300 pending cows that were not returned by the authorities. It has been promises after promises. My people cannot continue living on promises. We need substantial action. Mr. Speaker, there has been so much laxity as far as Samburu issues are concerned. Samburu people are not children of a lesser God. They are human beings who breathe and have blood running within their veins, not petroleum. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 8, the Public Fundraising Appeals Bill, Senate Bills number 36 of 2024, second reading division.
That order is deferred. Next.
Order number 9, the Environment Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 23 of 2024, second reading division.
That order is also deferred for lack of requisite delegates. Next order.
Order number 10, the County Civic Education Bill, Senate Bills number 4 of 2024, second reading division.
Due to lack of the required delegates, that order is also deferred. Next.
Order number 11, motion, report of the Mediation Committee on the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2023, division.
That order is also deferred for the same reasons. Next order.
Order number 12, the Heritage and Museums Bill, Senate Bills number 8 of 2023, second reading division.
That order is also deferred for lack of the requisite delegations.
Order number 13, motion, consideration of the joint report of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs and the Senate Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on their consideration of the report of the National Dialogue Committee, NADCO, and the report of the Multisectoral Working Group on the realization.
Chairperson Jailak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to move the motion that the Senate adopts the joint report of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs and the Senate Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on its consideration of the report of the National Dialogue Committee, NADCO, and the report of the Multisectoral Working Group on the realization of the two-thirds gender principle laid on the table on Thursday, 13th of February, 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is a motion that is a product of a period that has lasted for over 1 year plus, and it is on the basis of the NADCO committee that was established through a resolution by the National Assembly and the Senate on the 16th of August, 2023, and on Tuesday, the 29th of August, 2023, respectively. In this case, Mr. Speaker, the resolution of the National Assembly was tabled and adopted before the National Assembly, as well as this particular House received its resolution on the 29th of August, 2023, and shortly thereafter adopted that particular resolution. Arising out of the adoption of that resolution, Mr. Speaker, members of this House, as well as members of the National Assembly, were convened in this particular house. We had the leader of majority, the Honorable Senator Aaron Cheriot, MP, being a member of the NADCO, as well as the Honorable Senator Okongo Omogeni, Senior Counsel, who sat as a member of that committee. Mr. Speaker, this is some committee that had, before settling down to deal with the issues that had been highlighted, engaged the public. And among the issues which were framed for purposes of this committee comprised the electoral justice and related matters. This, Mr. Speaker, included aspects on restructuring of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, boundaries delimitation, as well as a proposal on the possible audit of the 2022 general elections, and in particular of concern was the 2022 presidential elections. Another aspect that was also framed as a very important issue to deal with in this committee was outstanding constitutional matters. There was also on the fidelity of political parties, coalitions, and the law on the multi-party democracy in this country. The other item was entrenching of special funds into the Constitution. The special funds, in this case, Mr. Speaker, which were of issue, is the National Government Constituency Development Fund, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, and lastly, establishment and entrenchment of state officers. This one is the one that required amendment to the Constitution to introduce certain offices, which, Mr. Speaker, I'll shortly deal with. Prior to this committee, Mr. Speaker, commencing its work, members of the public and Kenyans in general were requested to submit their interest into the committee. And on the 1st of September 2023, a publication was ran out in media, print media across the country, inviting members of the public to engage as stakeholders and participate in submitting their resolutions, proposals, and comments to the 5 issues which were framed. Mr. Speaker, the committee received 258 written memoranda. It also received from over 700 persons memoranda that was drawn on the various issues. And lastly, they received oral submissions, which were over 60 in number. Mr. Speaker, it also received written memoranda from among government ministries, including the National Treasury, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, State Department for Housing and Economics, as well as in their various meetings, they received additional memoranda from Kenyans from the diaspora. Mr. Speaker, this committee had over 42 sessions where in all those 42 sessions, several issues involving the aspects which were framed under the 5 issues were discussed. Mr. Speaker, out of this particular committee, their reports were tabled in 2 respective houses. For the case of the National Assembly, it was tabled and adopted on the 22nd of February 2024. And in the case of this house, that is the Senate, Mr. Speaker, it was tabled and adopted on the 6th of March 2024. There were immediately respective communications from the Speaker to ensure that the reports which were tabled had commitments in terms of what was expected of the membership, or rather of the 2 houses. That is, number 1, Mr. Speaker, to deliberate on the actualization of the reports that were tabled, and secondly, to consider proposals on various amendments to the law, enactments of specific laws that had been proposed by Kenyans for amendments, and lastly, in effect to the proposed amendments to the Constitution, there would be consequential amendments to the law. Mr. Speaker, that is basically the directives that came from the communications of the respective speakers from the 2 houses. Mr. Speaker, of importance to note is also the multi-sectoral working group that had also been given a commitment to give a proposal on what Kenyans were talking about, what Kenyans wished as regards the compliance, or rather the implementation of the two-third gender principle that has been a thorn for a very long time after the enactment of the 2010 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the two respective houses had their respective legislative proposals. For the case of the National Assembly, it was required to enact a legislation towards the amendment to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Act, and this was done, Mr. Speaker, and it became law on the 9th of July, 2024. EACC Act is what has been tabled. It's pending in the National Assembly as it now. This House and the Jailer Committee had its commitment that dealt with 4 proposals in law in terms of amendment: the Election Offences, Elections, Statutory Instruments, as well as the Political Parties Act. All these 4 statutes, Mr. Speaker, have already received their reports. They have been passed by this House and are already transmitted to the National Assembly for further processing. Mr. Speaker, the joint committee thereafter that sat was to deal with the aspect that dealt with constitutional amendments, or other proposals that would require constitutional amendments. And the committee comprised 15 members of the National Assembly Jailer Committee and 9 members of the Senate Jailer Committee. Mr. Speaker, it dealt with the report in terms of what proposals had been made about the proposed amendments to the Constitution, and secondly, the report by the multi-sectoral working group that also had its proposal on the constitutional amendments, as well as those which required the implementation of the two-third gender principle. Mr. Speaker, this committee, of course, had sessions jointly, that is the National Assembly JLAC as well as the Senate JLAC, with a very informed mind in terms of ensuring that the proposals that Kenyans made to the NADCO committee are also input in terms of ensuring that these constitutional amendments would achieve the proposals made by Kenyans in seeking to enhance or rather promote the unity and inclusivity of whatever the government of the day would be expected to do for the people of Kenya as it serves in office. It was also aimed at ensuring that we enhance as a leadership representation in terms of the democratic space of this country. That is why in the proposals that Kenyans made to the NADCO, they sought to ensure that as we look at making amendments to the Constitution, we are able to ensure that there is some level of transparency in terms of the people who are holding office, in terms of the election process itself, and also to ensure that we establish appropriate and adequate checks and balances to the government in place. This was with regard to the many proposals in terms of changes to the election laws. That was the first and most critical issue that Kenyans had raised. And in this case, there was an aspect on the delimitation of boundaries, which is a constitutional issue that affects the boundaries, which in the case of the IEBC, they are past the period within which the law required them to do. And Kenyans raised the concern, saying there has been enhanced population across the country, and it's time to allow Parliament to enhance the period within which IEBC would be expected to undertake the delimitation of boundaries. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the other specific aspect that also required this constitutional amendment was the requirement to have some level of decorum in how members of a political party are treated, how they are required to display their loyalty when they are serving their respective political parties. This is under the provisions of the Constitution. And this was a subject that also required members to deal with timelines in terms of the determination of a question as to the validity of the presidential election. Remember, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution as it now provides that that question should and must be determined within a period of 14 days. Very many Kenyans have raised concerns as to the limitation of the entitlement of Kenyans to beyond, to deal with that question beyond the 14 days, and it was one of those issues that the Joint Committee deliberated and made proposals to constitutional amendments. Another very important issue that Kenyans spoke to this Joint Committee was with regards to the introduction of the office of the Leader of Opposition, as well as the office of 2 deputies to the Leader of Opposition in Parliament, and also further the introduction and constitutionalization of the office of the Prime Minister. These 2, Mr. Speaker, required Kenyans to subject this to a referendum, and as a consequence of which, Mr. Speaker, this Joint Committee made recommendations to ensure that as we prepare for a roadmap to comply and implement fully the recommendations of the NADCO Committee, we set up a 3-pronged approach. One is on the constitutional amendment that will not require referendum. Kenyans are made to participate fully through public participation on the draft legislations that will require the entrenchment of the national government, this is NGAF, as well as the national CDF in the Constitution. And those 2 laws do not require, Mr. Speaker, a referendum. And as we speak right now, a draft bill has already been done in the National Assembly. It's been tabled, and Kenyans will definitely be called upon to be involved in getting comments as to the position they would want to have as regards those special funds. The reason, Mr. Speaker, why this was advanced is because of the decision by the Supreme Court as to the constitutionality of those special funds, and this Kenyans will have a say as to whether or not it will suffice or will be dropped. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the 2/3 gender principle. Remember, we have had over 13 bills in the previous parliaments. The 10th, no, the 11th, the 12th, and the current 13th parliament will be receiving it for the 14th time bill with regard to implementation of the 2/3 gender principle. Mr. Speaker, the Joint Committee, in its wisdom, did recommend that this particular proposal will not require a constitutional referendum, and therefore a draft bill to implement it will suffice if it's brought before the House, as long as it attracts the 2/3 requirement of members in the National Assembly as well as in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, as regards the bills that will require a referendum, the committee did make recommendation that this will be subject to a referendum, and therefore the draft bill must be extensively put before the public. Mr. Speaker, as I table this report, I seek the support of the members, particularly to make sure that the recommendations that the Jailer Committee of the National Assembly, Jailer Committee of the Senate, as well as the joint sessions of the NADCO, which comprise members of the 2 houses, and the joint sessions of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committees in making these recommendations, speak to the interest of the Kenyans who were involved, especially during the process when demonstrations were cutting across the country of the bipartisan, which gave rise to the NADCO committee. I want to ask members to also interrogate the issues which Kenyans raised. And as I move this motion, Mr. Speaker, this motion will not only affect the amendments in the various laws which have been proposed, but it will affect a number of policies that the government of the day picks up for purposes of ensuring that it serves the interest of the people, it looks beyond the current situation as is, and also make policies which are in terms of supporting the posterity of this country. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the members of the committee for their industry, for their involvement and participation, and also the Office of the Clerk as well as the Office of the Speaker for the support that it gave to not only JLAC as a committee of this House, but to the joint committee that was a consequence of the reports that we received leading to the tabling of this report. Mr. Speaker, I beg to table and ask the Honorable Senator Boni Halwale to second the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, seconding this motion to me is very significant because I believe if the recommendations of the committee that sat on the National Dialogue Committee, NADCO, were to go through, there would be momentous change in the way we practice politics, in the way we govern the country, in the way we live, Mr. Speaker. I therefore want to strongly support and highlight just a few reasons why I think this is important. Mr. Speaker, I have full confidence in the membership that sat on NADCO and also the JILA committee in the National Assembly and in this House, Mr. Speaker, and therefore would remain in total agreement with most, if not all, the recommendations contained therein. Mr. Speaker, I say so.
Senator Fatuma, you may want to consult in a low tone so that you don't disrupt the thinking and flow of thoughts of Senator Boni. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I say so with a degree of pride that the original bipartisan committee that gave birth to NADCO, I was actually a member on that particular committee. And Mr. Speaker, I see a few things that stand out, and one I would like to speak to very quickly is the 2/3 gender rule. This has remained a vexing issue since the new constitution was promulgated, Mr. Speaker. It does not matter that many attempts, I believe up to 13, have been made to attempt to achieve the 2/3 gender. What matters is, why did it fail the first time, second time, all the way up to the 13th time? Maybe the kind of public participation that we allow to take place when it comes to this provision is not adequate or could be done in a better manner. Just like the majority of you who are privileged to come from houses where the majority are the female gender. Like, Mr. Speaker, most men, you are there, you're the only man heading the house, but there's a wife there, there's a daughter there, there are third phone, and so on. You always find that you are crowded. So we are very comfortable with handling issues of women. And we love them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we'll give it to them. But I want to challenge not the women folk, but the people who will benefit from the 2/3 gender rule. I would like them to allow us also to democratize the process of identifying beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, I mean that in its current form, it's difficult to know how one senator nominated or one member of the National Assembly nominated found their way into these two houses. I've never understood how they manage. I was trying to have a small discussion with my young senator, Zena, on how they did, and she told me, go away. So I'm still waiting, Mr. Speaker, for the privilege of hearing from her how she made it. It is so difficult. I therefore propose that under the new structure, women who get nominated should not be nominated by political parties. They should be allowed to undergo a process of election that the voters shall be only women. Women of Kenya, if we have got 16 slots of senators to vote, then those names should be presented to the public, and then those 16 names should be voted for. The top 16, they cross the line and become nominated. People living with disabilities. Again, I don't know how they get nominated. We should allow people living with disabilities to be the principal decision makers. They subject the beneficiaries to a vote. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on this particular point, the people who get through these special seats, the 47 women elected in the National Assembly, plus whatever number we shall add them, they should be allowed to run for that election only once. A woman MP representing a county should not be allowed to be re-elected more than once. They should learn the ropes in the first 5 years. At the end of it, they go for competitive seats. Similarly, people living with disabilities should serve for 5 years. After 5 years, they then face a competitive election. Why? Mr. Speaker, the spirit of nomination was not to create an opportunity for people to get freebies. It was an opportunity which was meant in the letter and spirit of this Constitution to allow, quote unquote, people with limited capacities to win an election to learn how the gurus like Raila Odinga, like Uhuru Kenyatta, like Musalia Mudavadi, like Boni Khalwal. And I say this because we are the guys who have won elections, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, but in my case, 5 times. We are the gurus. So that they learn from us how we do it, and then they go and compete. Not to keep on hanging outside this door wanting to come here, one election after another one, that I want to benefit from nomination over and over again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the second point I want to speak to is that you have seen the wind behind the sails of wanting to see NADCO suddenly become strong at a time that the President and the former Prime Minister have created some camaraderie, Mr. Speaker. I am hoping that this newfound interest in making sure that NADCO goes through is not for purposes of serving the broad-based government. The broad-based government, just like the handshake government BBI that was there, it will go the way that government went. So we cannot afford a situation whereby we want to amend the Constitution so as either to massage the egos of the proponents of the broad-based government or to reward the beneficiaries of the broad-based government. Mr. Speaker, we are all men and women of this republic, and we hear both the normal talk and the talk in the grapevine, and these days, the talk on social media, which is part of our lives. I don't like what I'm hearing, Mr. Speaker. What I'm starting to hear at those 3 levels is as if somebody wants to fix another person, somebody wants to fix a particular party and not the other one, somebody wants to fix a particular region at the expense of another one, and somebody even wants to fix a community. If that is the spirit of broad-based government, it would be wrong. We should never punish anybody. I hear repeatedly, oh, Kashagwa ho, oh, Rigiji ho. The story of Rigiji is gone. Rigiji was given an opportunity in this house to face me, to face Omugeni, to face all of us, and he chickened out. So that is a story which is gone. Let all politicians, especially from Mount Kenya, enjoy equal opportunity in the broad-based government. Mr. Speaker, when we were constituting the new look committees, unknown to this House, Mr. Speaker, I failed to discharge my role as a chief whip, who under our standing orders is supposed to take the lead in reconstituting committees. because as a man who joined the struggle at an early age of 22 years at the University of Nairobi, I find it difficult to be part of an exercise that was meant to be exclusive rather than inclusive. This is the way to go. Today you're on top, tomorrow you are not. Today you are on the strong side of the wind, tomorrow you are not. We want to build a country that gives all Kenyans equal opportunity. I see, for example, Mr. Speaker, some noise building around certain members of parliament, and not members of parliament, members of the cabinet, that probably X, Y, or Z might be removed so as to pave way for the new look broad-based government. I want to send an early warning. This will be wrong. Whoever is starting to raise issues on Dr. Deborah Mlongo Barasa, if you think that is the way to fix the broad-based government, you should know that also Mlongo, who did not, by the way, apply for that job, she was very busy in her medical practice. She also comes from a community, and that community has heavy fighters, and sometimes we throw very heavy punches, up to and including Dr. Boni Khalwal. Nobody should intimidate Dr. Mlongo. Mr. Speaker, the issue of IEBC in this report, we should expedite the process because, Mr. Speaker, the other day we lost our colleague from Baringo. The people of Baringo need, that delegation needs a senator here. Mr. Speaker, 4 members of parliament have lost their lives. 3 members of parliament have lost their lives, and 1 member of parliament lost his seat through a petition. Those 4 constituencies deserve representation. Not to mention, Mr. Speaker, the 14 wards that have lost MCAs for one reason or another. But even as we do so, this will depend on the integrity of the selective panel. Selective panel, wherever you are, please, please, don't do to us what bring to us the same mistakes, Mr. Speaker, that your predecessors visited this country. We've been in this country long enough, Mr. Speaker, to know that one of the greatest destabilizers of national unity, national peace, democratization, Mr. Speaker, is the elections of Kenya. And its integrity is tested around the commission and its chairman. Please give us good people. I went through the advert you made last week, and I saw the people who had applied to be commissioners. I have seen some fairly very good names amongst the professionals who have expressed interest. Please, selection panel, avoid the temptation to recycle names. Just because a name is an old name in the papers, in the media, in public domain, they should not be given preference. Let the interviewing process be accompanied with the loads upon loads of integrity so that we get the best commissioners and the best chair, Mr. Speaker. What's more, the mover of the motion has spoken to the issue of delimitation. Many Kenyans listening to me think that when delimitation will take place, they'll get new constituencies. No. There will be no new constituencies. What we'll have is the change in boundaries, and in some cases, the change of the names of the electoral units. That's it. If you are at home there expecting to get a new constituency, forget about it. And if you think we should propose the amendment of the Constitution to the article whose number I've forgotten, that provides that Kenya shall have 290 constituencies. Until you amend that, your constituency can be as big as some of those constituencies are, but you won't get it because of this NADCO report. The last point I want to make on IBC and this NADCO is the issue of the presidential election. We must go all out of our way, and Speaker, when that time is necessary, I know you can't come to legislate, I'll come to you, you help me, so that we can graft the law in such a manner that there can be a closure of a presidential election. After we voted, Mr. Speaker, in 1992, there was no closure until people jostled, and that before we could know it, there was something called cooperation, because there was no closure of the presidential election. Mr. Speaker, in 2007, there was no closure of the presidential election. It went on until our country went bust, only coming to be calmed because of the so-called Nusumukate. Mr. Speaker, there must be a closure of a presidential election. Fast forward, and Mr. Speaker, 2017, you couldn't get closure of the presidential election. It went on, a lot of noise, loss of lives, destruction of properties, until some Mongorel that you called handshake came on and stabilized the country. You can see the same nonsense is what we are going through now. Instead of closing the election, we are still talking about the presidential election. Up to until now, we are talking about something called broad-based government. For those of us who have committed our lives to the respect of the Constitution and the rule of law, I am unable to see a single article in the Constitution that is called broad-based. We must learn how to bring presidential elections to a closure. Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak to special funds. I don't know whether it is the mover who forgot, but you have spoken to special funds and spoken about only two: National Government Constitutional Development Fund and National Government Affirmative Action Fund. I've heard you that. Why are you not speaking Oversight Fund? Yes, I would like him to inform me.
Proceed to inform the Honorable Senator, Senator Sige.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to inform in the affirmative the Honorable Senator Boni Halwale that the third special fund that was considered in the NADCO report is indeed the Senate Oversight Fund. It could have been an oversight on my part as I moved the motion that I left out. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that confirmation. We want it to be in the open that an oversight fund is necessary. In the last few months that, Mr. Speaker, I've been allowed access to oversight funds, I can see the returns. I can even see the number of vehicles that used to be in the governor's entourage. The number of times the siren used to wake up sleeping villages when the governor was coming from drinking alcohol in the night, going home. You hear dogs barking, and because dogs have got a higher sense of hearing than us, they have picked the siren from a distance. Now that has gone down. I have heard, because of oversight funds for the first time are saying, senators, please bring us money quickly in an event. Example, the oversight fund in the hands of the affirmative action by the woman MP. We don't see it. The only thing we hear is that the millions, 140 million shillings plus per year, is used for buying parts. Are parts that expensive? If they were that expensive, really, that the millions of shillings are swallowed by the expenditure of parts, I think you guys call it in good English, sanitary tiles. My daughter is seated there at the desk, at the clerks at the desk, the ones who normally teaches me good English. It can't, it's a lie. So we need to audit these people. I saw Gladys Wanga when she was woman MP. She put up markets. But others go around in Kakamega telling people, I have bought umbrellas. An umbrella, really, of 150 shillings? And that is what you have to show for your affirmative action. Mr. Speaker, we can do better. The final point that I like to make in my submission, as I second this, is on constitutional amendments. Senator Mugeni, you must help us. We don't want another BBI2 in the name of NADCO. If we are amending the Constitution, let us ban the midnight oil. We do things the proper way. What is supposed to go for a referendum, let the people decide. If there is a clause, Senator Mugeni, I came to learn during the fight against BBI that you have certain aspects of the Constitution which you cannot amend. The lawyers taught me at that time that you call them the essential clauses. We want this debate to start now so that we don't waste time in courts fighting NADCO in the name of BBI 2. Up to now, when we shall come to vote, I am one of the people who will vote against expansion of the executive. I do not understand the benefit of an expanded. Take, for example, the chapatis that the governor of Nairobi was talking about yesterday. You can see the benefits. The primary school children from Mukuru Kwanjenga, from Kawangware, they benefit from those chapatis. We want decisions that translate into returns on investment. So what if we have a prime minister with 2 deputies and a president with a deputy? How is it going to improve the lives of the people? Other than just stroking the ego of the big men of Kenya and big women to share positions of power. The office I would certainly support is the leader of the opposition. Under this new constitution, because of the provision of majority and minority, the leader of opposition makes a lot of sense. That I would support. Mr. Speaker, with all those remarks, I strongly second the motion for adoption of the report of the National Dialogue Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, I'll proceed to propose the question that the Senate adopt the joint report of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs and the Senate Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on its consideration of the report of the National Dialogue Committee, NADCO, and the report of the multi-sectoral working group on the realization of the 2 transgender principle laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 13th of February 2025. Now, the floor is open to debate, but before I call upon senators wishing to make their comments, allow me to communicate this information. I'd like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of visiting students, leaders from Mount Kenya University. The delegation comprises 4 students who are in the Senate, for a one-day academic exposition on the invitation of the Senator for Bomet County, Senator Wakili Hilary Sigei, CBS MP. Honorable Senators, I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. Mr. Evans Kiprono Korir, the President. Mr. Calvin Rono, an Executive Member. Ms. Ivy Cheborei, Executive Member, and Ms. Ivan Peter, Executive Member. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors, on behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon the Senator for Bomet and the 1 minute to extend the word of welcome to the 4 students' leaders.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to welcome the visiting young leaders who have taken their time to come and appreciate what goes on in this particular house. I want to encourage them that as they assume their various offices of leadership in the university, they take cue with what they have seen, what they have witnessed in this particular house as regards the kind of leadership that they should exhibit as they lead the students from the institution they come from. I am encouraged by the fact that they took upon themselves the responsibility to also, at a very early age, take leadership as a very important part and parcel of their growth in the institutions. And I want to encourage you to not only be involved with the politics of the institution that you are leading, but also the politics that affect the general public, because at the end of your 4-year term in the university, you will be out there and expected to give back to the society, both as a resident of wherever you come from, as an elite, so to speak, and as a leader who should participate in what goes on to the Senate. And I hope you will take home what you didn't have as you came into this house in this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mogeni.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me the opportunity to also make a contribution to this motion that supports the full implementation of the NADICO report. And while contributing, Mr. Speaker, I once again want to thank my colleagues who gave me the privilege to serve as a member of the NADICO team. The Speaker, I've seen some video. I was sent a video from Nyamira indicating that I had visited the State House today in the company of former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka. But that is a video that was captured, Mr. Speaker, when we presented the NADICO report to His Excellency the President sometimes last year. So I want to assure the people of Nyamira that I was not privileged to visit the State House today in the company of Kalonzo Musyoka, but I was indeed in State House when we presented the NADICO report to His Excellency the President. To Mr. Speaker, if you permit me, I wanted to inform my good friend Senator Alwale that the comment you have made, that there are clauses in our code that cannot be amended, is not true. The principle of, I think they call it the basic structure principle in the Constitution. Okay. Is a principle that was developed in 1973 by the Supreme Court of India, when the Supreme Court made a finding to the effect that in view of the provisions of Article 368 of the Indian Constitution, there are clauses in the Indian Constitution that cannot be amended by Parliament because they form the basic structure of the democracy of the great democracy I mean, the Great Republic of India, including you cannot bring an amendment to interfere with the concept of rule of law, or you cannot bring an amendment to the Indian Constitution that will water down the principal element in India, to water down the principle of India being a democratic state. But in the case of our country, Kenya, when this matter went to the Supreme Court, and an argument was made that there are articles in the Constitution that are protected, that cannot be touched, that cannot be amended, that can fit into that principle of basic structure in our Constitution, the Supreme Court of Kenya overruled that argument and stated that we don't have an article in our Constitution that is mirrored in the line of the words of Article 368 of the Indian Constitution. So, Honorable Galwale, the findings of the Supreme Court is that any article in our Kenyan Constitution can be amended. The only caveat is to look at what is in Article 255, 256, and see what can be amended. Parliament, without subjecting that amendment, can never be amended without subjecting that amendment to a referendum. So those clauses are protected, and they cannot have any effect of law unless they go through the referendum. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Boni, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on Standing Order number 105, not to interrupt the distinguished senator, but briefly, this is a learning process. For me, and maybe quite a number of Kenyans, I would like you to just use facts to inform me, supposing you moved either under 255 or 254, and told Kenyans that I'm giving you a referendum, or Parliament is attempting to amend the Constitution so as to move Kenya from a multi-party democracy to a monarchy. Would that still be constitutional?
Now, what's your point of order, Senator Boni?
The facts. I want the facts.
That is actually a question.
Yes, my point.
Which you ought to have possibly asked the Honorable Senator Omogeni to clarify by giving you established facts as to whether Article 255 and 256 would require referendum, which I think he was ably doing it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg that you don't throw me out. I was being clever to see if I could get slightly more. Don't throw me out. I want to hear more from him. Please.
Senator Omogeni, kindly, as you support this motion, please make it clear to the Honorable Senator Boni
it's good
on that aspect.
Yeah. It goes you know, Mr. Speaker, this is the only occasion where Senator Galwale can benefit from my advice without me sending him a fee note. What else? Now, first, you know, there are two ways that amendments can be made on our 2010 Constitution. If you move any amendment that touches on the protected clauses in Article 255, then you must have a referendum for the people of Kenya to affirm or reject that amendment. Mr. Speaker, if you permit me, I can read. A proposed amendment to this Constitution shall be enacted in accordance with Article 256 or 257 and approved in accordance with Clause 2 by a referendum, okay, if the amendment relates to any of the following matters. 1, the supremacy of this Constitution. 2, the territory of Kenya. 3, the sovereignty of the people. D, the national values and principles of governance referred to in Article 10, Sub-Article 2A to D. 5, the Bill of Rights. 6, the term of office of the President. 7, the independence of the judiciary. and the commissions and independent offices to which Chapter 15 applies, the function of Parliament, the objects, principles, and the structure of devolved governments, or the provisions of Chapter 255. So I think what we need to make clear to Senator Halwale is that in India, what is in Article 368 of the Indian Constitution, at least going by the Supreme Court's ruling of, in the Supreme Court of India in 1973, in their constitution, you cannot do any amendments touching on maybe clause 25A on the supremacy of the Constitution. But I think the findings of the Supreme Court is that the only protection that Kenyans have been given is to protect certain articles to be amended only subject to a referendum, whereof you must get the approval of Kenyans. And Mr. Speaker, you know, constitutions are written in a language that suits the inhabitants of a country, or going by the history of that country. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Australia, in the entire constitution of Australia, you cannot amend any clause of their constitution without subjecting that particular amendment to a referendum. And the people of Australia do it day in, day out. Last year, they had a referendum. Mr. Speaker, Australia had a referendum. If you visited that country, you don't even notice that there is a referendum ongoing. I don't know why in this country we politicize everything. Like when people hear that in NADCO, there are amendments, proposed amendments that will require politics. So this side will be defeated by the other one. People will make a political capital that our people, the people of Kenya, are sovereign. Then to amend certain articles in this constitution, you must get the approval of the sovereign. And the sovereign in this case are the people of Kenya. Why do we fear referendum, Mr. Speaker? We shouldn't. Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't. In other jurisdictions like Australia, you need the approval of state parliaments before you can effect an amendment. In our case, we have said there are certain clauses, to answer the second aspect of Senator Kalwale's clause, there are certain aspects under Article 256 that can be amended by Parliament without subjecting that amendment to the referendum. So the demarcation is there. The clauses, the articles that are protected, that must go to the referendum, and articles that are not protected in this constitution in terms of going to the referendum, that can be dealt with by Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear you mention in your report about the proposal we made on the tenure of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Because NADCO considered the terms of the houses of Senate in many jurisdictions. And Mr. Speaker, when you speak about protecting devolution, you start protecting devolution by having a Senate that is the upper house, that is well anchored in the Constitution, that has got full legislative powers, including a say in budget-making process. You can read many constitutions. If you go to Australia, members of Senate serve for 6 years, and they are never subjected to an election together with the members of the House of Representatives. Because you don't want to mix the election of senators together with the head of state. Because that can be a way of, curtailing the re-election of senators who are very strong in protecting devolution. So when they go to elections, the tenure of the Senate continues. And then not all senators leave. Because of institutional memory, they have crafted their constitution in such a way that a number of senators are elected but others remain. The same way they do it in United States of America. Mr. Speaker, the House of Representatives in the US, they serve for 2 years. Senators serve for 6 years. And again, the same model. You protect the Senate by ensuring that not all senators exit in an election, because you need institutional memory. You go to Japan. Japan is it's even more conscious on protecting the Senate. They call it the House of Councillors, the upper house, with 265 members. In Japan, Mr. Speaker, if the dissolved, because there is a vote of no confidence against the Prime Minister, only the House of Representatives goes home through a vote of no confidence. Only the House of Representatives goes home, the Senate remains. Because you want a Senate that is strong, that does not live in fear of being chased by the head of the executive, okay? You give them a longer tenure in office because they also cover large areas, Mr. Speaker. So I want us to be senators who want to be guided by what is happening in other jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker. We should not look at this idea of a 7-year tenure as something that is kind of pushing a personal agenda of senators. After all, nobody is going to benefit in this term. I'm sure this clause, even if it comes into force, it will be after the 2027 elections. People like Galwale may not even be coming back as senators. Maybe they will be governors of, maybe a governor of Kakamega. I'm not sure about Joyce Korir. Maybe she will be a governor of Bomet, that type. So it is this we are doing for posterity, Mr. Speaker. Let's pass laws, not looking at us as the current senators, but for posterity. You know, Mr. Speaker, that the senators in US, after 1790, after passage of their constitution, used to be elected by the MCAs, members of state parliaments. And after some time, they realized they will never be effective unless they get direct mandate from the people and create a tenure that is longer than the House of Representatives. So this is a wonderful, let us tie up this idea of full legislative mandate of the Senate. We have a say in budget making process. Which other moment are we going to have, Mr. Speaker, to clarify this debate we have had for a long time on where our space falls when the Constitution says that the role of ensuring that independent commissions are well funded vests in Parliament. So, Speaker, remember when we were in NADCO, there is a boy who came from Homa Bay, and they told us to understand English properly. There is that use of the word shall, if you remember. And they told us, when the word shall is used, he said, it is mandatory. When it is may, it's optional. May is optional. Shall, mandatory. Article 249(3) says, Parliament shall, mandatory, shall allocate adequate funds to enable each commission and independent officers to perform its functions. That means that function is a function that is shared by the two houses. If you read the subsequent clause like 245 on approval of members of independent commissions, it's very clear. It says National Assembly shall approve. Okay? So when the word Parliament is used, it should refer to the two houses, not one, the two houses, National Assembly and Parliament. That's why Article 250 says, chairpersons and members of each commission shall be identified and recommended to be appointed in a manner prescribed by national legislation, B, approved by National Assembly. You see there, the mandate is very clear. It is donated to that house called National Assembly in 252B. But if you read the one I've just read, 249.3, it uses the word parliament. So let our brothers in the National Assembly appreciate that this constitution gives us shared mandates. There is a mandate that is reserved for National Assembly, and there is a mandate that is shared by the two houses. Mr. Speaker, if you permit me to say something about this issue of gender. One, at NADCO, we never dealt with the issue of gender. That issue was isolated to be dealt with by the multi-sectoral group. And I believe if there is a report that has been tabled, Mr. Speaker, it's a standalone report by the multi-sectoral group on gender. But I agree with you, Senator Halwale, about the idea of electing nominated members of parliament. If you go to our neighboring country, Mr. Speaker, Uganda, even people representing people with disability, they are subjected to an election.
Senator Okongo, you have got under 1 minute.
Okay, I'll sum up.
But since you are a member of NADCO, I exercise the discretion of the chair to allow you an additional 3 minutes.
Thank you.
So
thank
that
you
conclude on your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, to back the point that Senator Galwale was making on the issue of nominated members of parliament, in Uganda, even youths, people who represent youths, they are subjected to an election. People who represent workers are elected. Their names appear in the ballot. They are subjected to a competitive election, and only those who garner the majority votes find their way to. So I agree fully, Mr. Speaker, that now that we have this opportunity, let us look into all these matters. Allow competition within that special group of people, and we also make it to be a merit-based process. Let the ones who attract the highest number of votes be the ones getting elected. We can think around how we distribute the seats, how we put their names in the ballot, but I agree fully that there should be an election. Finally, if we're introducing these funds to the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, there is even a need for us to be more careful, because we must also look at issues of one being conflicted. We have debated the conflict of interest bill, Mr. Speaker, in this House. To went to mediation, it has come back to us, Mr. Speaker. If our brothers in the National Assembly want to continue participating in issues of CDF and override the rulings from the Supreme Court, then we must see a way of putting in accountability mechanisms, Mr. Speaker, and answering the serious questions that the Supreme Court has raised in its judgment, which is, Mr. Speaker, a clear manifestation of a conflict in budget-making process. Because, Mr. Speaker, you cannot allow me to budget for myself, okay, without having a house that is checking on how fair you are, okay, and also ensuring, Mr. Speaker, that you don't allocate resources in a manner that you also endanger other sectors. So if we create the CDF, let it be very clear in the Constitution that the Senate will have a say on the budget-making process, so that we can also question the criteria used to share money in the constituencies. We look at the fairness, and we also protect these independent commissions and other offices and other ministries, Mr. Speaker, because that role, if you read Article 249, 249(1)(b), has been assigned to us as senators, not B, 249(3), Mr. Speaker. So let us take this opportunity to amend this Constitution for posterity, not for self-serving purposes. This should not be a debate of members of National Assembly saying CDF must be entrenched in the Constitution and will be the only persons in Parliament who will deal with the issue of allocating budget for those offices. If we do that, Mr. Speaker, future generations will take note that there were men and men of wisdom when the first amendments of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 went through. And finally, we should not fear amending the Constitution. I used to hear people saying that the American Constitution has never been amended. It has been amended several times. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the first amendment took place after 5 years, including the Bill of Rights, just after 5 years, Mr. Speaker. The Supreme Court was more weak than our own Senate. In 1790, Senator Galwale, the Supreme Court of America was using a committee room in Congress. They didn't have offices. They did not even listen to any case in their first term, nothing. They were just sitting there. But now it's one of the strongest and most influential courts at the Senate of Kenya. We were not in Naivasha, only Galwale was there at that time when they mutilated the proposal from, where was it? From Bomas, and made the Senate a shell. Now we have an opportunity to do something for posterity. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mogeni, for your well-thought-out contribution and for participating in the NADCO process as a member representing this House and the interest of the Kenyans and of those whom they elected you into this office. I will invite the Honorable Senator Joyce Korir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the Standing Order 110.1, I beg to move that the debate on the motion be now adjourned. Honorable Speaker, the reason why I'm asking for this adjournment is because this is a very, very important document. This is a very important report that is touching the lives of Kenyans. It's a report that is speaking to a number of issues, matters the restructuring of the IPC. There is a core mandate of this House, Honorable Speaker, that deals with resources to the counties, and the report speaks to the digitalizing and digitalizing requisitions and approvals of withdrawals from the county revenue by the controller of budget to improve efficiency. Not only that, Honorable Speaker, there is also the issue that the recommendation that has been made by this NADCO committee, where they are encouraging the county assemblies to consider having the executive committee members to answer questions before the floor of the House, just the way the cabinet secretaries are appearing before this House. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to labor much because the report has a lot of information pertaining the entrenchment of funds into the Constitution. And, Honorable Speaker, there is also the issues of establishing or entrenchment of state offices. That is the office of the official leader of opposition.
Senator
Mr.
Joyce.
Speaker.
Senator Joyce, under the provisions of Standing Order 110, you are only under an obligation to move the motion for adjournment and get someone to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I therefore, Honorable Speaker, request Honorable Halwale to second this motion of adjournment to give room to the Honorable Senators of this House to be able to debate on this document.
Thank you. Senator Boni Halwale.
Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honorable Senators, I now put the question that the debate on this motion be now adjourned pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 110. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The motion is therefore adjourned to the next sitting of this House, or subject to the administrative procedures of the House. Honorable members. Just a moment. Honorable Senators, for the convenience of the House, I will rearrange the order paper, and I ask that order number 25 be called out.
Order number 25, the County Library Services Bill, Senate Bills number 40 of 2024, second reading.
Senator Joyce, please proceed to move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the County Libraries Bill 2024 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 43 of the Constitution of Kenya provides for the right to education. The principal law of this bill is to promote the establishment and use of libraries in the counties so as to facilitate access to information, improve education standards, and reduce level of illiteracy in the counties. Mr. Speaker, by so doing, the bill gives effect to paragraph 4F of the part 2 of the 4th schedule of the Constitution. The bill is to enable access to educational resources, promote literacy, to support educational, cultural, and research activities by providing necessary resources and facilities to ensure the preservation of culture heritage of the counties for future generations. The bill provides for the role of the counties play in provisions of library services. These include, but not limited to, mobilizing resources necessary for the delivery of library services, approving and integrating the county library's annual work plan into the annual county budget, allocate adequate funds and resources necessary for the effective development of libraries, collaborate with entities of the development of capacity building and training programs for librarians in the county, and provide for the necessary resources for the capacity building of the county library staff in the respective county. Honorable Speaker, the bill also establishes a county library service development committee consisting of 5 members. The role of the committee is exposed by the section 7 of the bill. The bill arrives at the opportune moment to help the counties improve literacy rate. Many libraries have remained in a similar state for about 20 years. Their infrastructure is outdated, and the resources they offer are no longer adequate to meet the evolving educational demands of the modern world. With the rapid advancement in technology, information, access, and transformed, yet many libraries have not kept pace with these changes. Lack of updated facilities, digital resources, and modern technologies limits the ability to support the current teaching methods, research needs, and the expectations of today's learners. To stay relevant and effectively serve students and community, libraries must invest in modernization and expand their offerings. Mr. Speaker, as we transition into this competence-based curriculum, that is the CPC, enhancing library services within the county will be vital in providing learners with access to essential educational resources. By providing these services, students from the families that may struggle to afford school materials will still have the opportunity to access the textbooks, learning aids, and other important resources available in the library. This initiative will support the full implementation of the CPC, ensuring that every child, regardless of the financial background, has equal opportunity to succeed academically. Moreover, strengthening library services promotes inclusivity, offering a vital support system for the education of all students, helping to bridge the gaps in the learning resources. Mr. Speaker, case in point, Bomet County, there is only one government library in Silipwet run by the Kenya National Library Services. The library is yet to be equipped with sufficient and up-to-date materials that will support the current curriculum, competent-based curriculum. This is highly likely to case in the case in majority of the counties across the nation. The intention of this bill is to elevate the library's facilities and services to match up with the needs of the students of today. Case in point, Maktaba Kuu, located in Upper Hill, Nairobi County. It is especially crucial for children in rural areas where access to educational resources is limited. Additionally, the bill supports implementation of Article 53(1)(a), which guarantees every child to the right to free and compulsory basic education. Enacting the bill into law will also significantly contribute to fostering a reading culture across the country. Honorable Speaker, with these few remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move and request Senator Boni to second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Boni Halwale.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the senator from Bomet, albeit nominated, for allowing me to second this very important bill that has huge implications on the success of learning in this Kenya of ours. Mr. Speaker, that the bill attempts to establish a library in every county need not be overemphasized on its importance. But we must hasten to add that establishing a library in each county is a good thing. But with the will of time, it must yield to a better thing, i.e., taking those libraries down from the county's headquarters to the sub-county headquarters, to the village ward at headquarters, and eventually in every primary school. Mr. Speaker, I say this with a lot of respect. Take the examples of Kakamega and County and Turkana County. If the library headquarters is in Lodwar, it serves no benefit to the children in Kibish in the north of Turkana County. Similarly, if the county is at the headquarters in Kakamega County, in Kakamega Town, it serves no benefit to the children at Moise Beach Primary School in Kakamega. Why? Because from Kakamega to Moise Beach is 120 kilometers. So how will a child be able to come all the way just so as to borrow a book or read a book, Mr. Speaker? I therefore, Mr. Speaker, propose that we should add in clause 4, Madam Korir, Senator, where you are itemizing the role of county governments, we add F, that county governments should work towards establishment of mobile libraries to reach far-flung sub-counties, as I said, like in Kakamega and in Turkana, Baringo, Kilifi, and many others. Mr. Speaker, sir, having said that, it is the only clause that I spot in this bill that I would want to add value by way of further amendment. But before I conclude my contribution, allow me, Mr. Speaker, to look at the object of the Act. specifically, Mr. Speaker, where it is supposed to promote literacy in counties. Mr. Speaker, I was one of the people, especially when I was still a very young parent, very protective. I could see my wife with my support. She used to say, no, Sonny, Zinzi, you're not going to have too much TV. Those were my older children. And I truly regret that I did those things to them. I've since come to learn, Mr. Speaker, that access to a TV is very educative. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, whether my colleagues have ever spent time with your children, the older ones and the younger ones. You will find that on average, in a family of 2 children, the firstborn commands the capacity to speak over a longer period compared to the younger child. The reason being, I have come to learn, that the younger child finds a ready teacher in the elder brother, elder sister, from whom they learn all the time. When I reflected on this and I applied on the TV, I found that the TV actually is a very good substitute for an elder sibling. Look at the issue of cartoons. You as an adult, because you have no interest in a cartoon, you fail to realize how educative a cartoon series is. The children will sit following those cartoons. If one is called Tom and the other one is called Jerry, the children will tell each other, me, I'm Tom, you are Jerry. So when Tom speaks, Jerry answers, and the child starts learning how to speak. In fact, my children, I never teach them English. They speak English, and their teacher is the cartoons that play on the screen. So, Mr. Speaker, to hell with those parents who think that TV can deny a child progression to better comprehension of the learning process. Finally, on that issue, Mr. Speaker, you'll remember that yesterday we were debating the important bill on national heritage and museums. Supposing this bill goes through, as I saw the expanded interest yesterday, it will sit very well with this bill, because this bill, in its objects, it says it is supposed to support education and culture. Culture was the backbone of the bill of yesterday, and therefore this particular bill augments the legislative process that is contained in establishment of museum. Look at it this way, Mr. Speaker, sir. If you got permit and you have a museum, you spend a lot of money putting up the museum, you can actually house the library in the same building like the museum, so that after the children have had an opportunity to enjoy the library services, some of them can be given an opportunity to tour the museum. It is further expansion of the learning process. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I second the bill, and yes, I second the bill that I second the mover for the bill. Thank you.
Senator Boni, you must have been trying to look at the title of the bill, County Library Services Bill. And now, Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the County Library Services Bill, Senate Bills number 40 of 2024, be now read a second time. I am seeing Honorable Senators from my dashboard. The Honorable Senator Olekina requesting to be given the opportunity to contribute, and is not in the House. I believe this must be the Honorable Senator Kongo Morgan, but have taken the seat of the minority leader. And that being you, then I will give you the first opportunity to contribute to this particular bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, Senator Loikina is not here. Maybe there's a technical hitch with the screen. I first want to begin by thanking Senator Joyce Chepkoech Korir, the sponsor of the County Library Services Bill 2024. And from the onset, say it's a good initiative that calls for the support of all of us. Mr. Speaker, I recall that in the 80s, because we were not so privileged to buy all the books that we needed in our studies, we used to benefit from libraries. Not all schools had libraries, but some of us were lucky to have gone to schools that had libraries, and we benefited immensely from those facilities. But I know there are also a few towns that had libraries. I was privileged to go to Mombasa in my last term in high school before I did my exams. And in Mombasa, I benefited immensely from the library in Mombasa, because you could get books that ordinarily one was not able to purchase, because it was not possible to have all the textbooks. The good textbooks in school were actually shared among many students. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, whether you are subjected to the pain that we went through while studying law at University of Nairobi Parklands campus. There are some units that only had 2 textbooks in the library. So to access it, you come very early and wait at the door. When the librarian opens, you rush the first one, you grab it, and ensure that you spend the next 2-3 hours on that one book, because there are only 2 copies. So Senator Korir, this is a good initiative, but I hope we can also tailor it with what is happening in technology, because many people are also running away from being analog. The younger generation, the Gen Zs, are now more concerned with digital information. People in our offices, at times you ask them to get something for you, they immediately go to the phone and get the information there. So, Speaker, you know, this thing they call chat GBT. That's all information. If you want any information, you go to chat GBT, you'll get it there. Everything is there. So let's also try to incorporate digitization, technology in this bill, so that maybe we expand our cable network to our counties, and from counties it goes to sub-counties, so that, Mr. Speaker, people in Wasamaro Ward, in West Mogran constituency in Nyamira, can be connected to internet, and their kids can do research from the phones. Senator Korir, nowadays, some kids will actually be more passionate to get a phone, maybe more than spending time to travel all the way to Kisii to get a library, because they know that they can get all the information they need in the internet. And of course, the era we are going to, AI, artificial intelligence, will play a big role. Okay? So it's also good to see how we can address the issue of electronic libraries in our counties. Luckily, Mr. Speaker, I've seen that in this bill, in Section 7, the sponsor has proposed that we should develop, equip, manage, and maintain libraries, including electronic libraries in our counties. I will lay a lot of emphasis on this one if we need to connect with the Gen Zs. That will really resonate with the Gen Zs. Second, Mr. Speaker, sir, I've had a problem in my counties with this idea of setting boards. So many boards, and the moment you set up a board, Mr. Speaker, ordinarily there will be a budgetary requirement, okay? And look at the resources we send to our counties. We are already strained from the very meager resources that we send to our counties. So I don't know whether there is any meaningful purpose being served, Mr. Speaker, in creating the board that is in Section 2. And then, Mr. Speaker, remember, we are just giving opportunities to our governors to select their friends or their supporters to serve in this board. Because if you read Section 5, it says that the board shall consist of the CEC member responsible for libraries, 2 persons who shall be distinguished academicians appointed by the county governor. Okay? Senator Korir, you are proposing that 2 other persons who have demonstrated knowledge in library, again appointed by county governor. I mean, Mr. Speaker, why should we allow governor to take the bragging rights of appointing all these board members? We have the County Public Service Board. Or if you want these appointments to be political, then we should have a board, not even a board, a selection panel consisting of all elected leaders, Mr. Speaker, because we want people being elected to serve impartially, okay, without looking at it like it's a political favor. So I wish you can look clause 5, Senator Korir through Speaker, so that we don't give all powers of appointing to the governor. Think about County Public Service Board through a competitive process where applicants are invited, or you create a selection panel like the one of IBC that steps in, does the appointment, and goes. And you can be innovative. We can have the women rep selecting 1 person to sit in the selection panel of the board. You can have the office of senator sending 1 person to sit in the selection panel. The governor sends 1, and then the chair can be the chair of the County Public Service Board, so that we have a process that is fair, it's distributive, that accommodates all the leaders within the county. Then, Madam Speaker, I'm excited with what is in Section 3D, that we need to preserve our cultural heritage. I've tried to look for books that we read when I was in class 1, class 2, class 3. They are nowhere. I tried to interest my children to get Kisi books to read. They are nowhere. Madam Speaker, if not for anything else, I support this bill if it can be a basis of us preserving our heritage. I don't know, Senator Kalwale, whether in Kakamega you have those Luya books that were used in class 1, class 2, class 3. They are nowhere, Mr. Speaker. So if for anything, if we can have a collection of those books so that our kids who want to connect with our culture, our heritage, can go to our libraries and read these books and sharpen their skills in our ethnic languages. And also, Mr. Speaker, I hope these laws that we pass, the laws that we pass, Mr. Speaker, can be implemented in a manner that our people benefit. Mr. Speaker, we have had a long debate in this House on the health laws that we passed. But if we were to be sincere, Mr. Speaker, our people are suffering because of these health laws, Sha, Mr. Speaker. I have cases in my county, Mr. Speaker, and I can table, I have that evidence with me, where people go to hospital, they incur a bill of up to 287,000. And then they are told, SHA, or SHE, Social Health Authority, or Social Health Insurance, will only cover 23,000. I mean, it's worse than NHIF, Mr. Speaker. And we must be sympathetic to our people. We know the people we represent here, Mr. Speaker. We were told that the moment those laws will start being implemented, we will not be called to contribute for people who have been taken to hospitals and they are unable to pay bills. But even as I speak today, Mr. Speaker, I have a text message forwarding a statement from a hospital of a Kenyan who is unable to get value from the SHI card. They go to hospital and they are told you are not shared as the SHI card is not acceptable in certain facilities. Mr. Speaker, faith-based hospitals. In Bomet, you have Tenwek. It's one of the best. I don't think there is any county hospital that can compete with the Tenwek Hospital. But do you know, Mr. Speaker, that many patients are being turned away from Tenwek Hospital? Mr. Speaker, do you know that the only allocation you have for this shift card in a hospital, if you land in ICU, is 4,000 shillings. And there is no hospital that will charge you 4,000 for an ICU bed. It's more. It's about 16,000. So we must do something. If it's not working, let us repeal the law. We do something that is beneficial to our people, Mr. Speaker. So let's be very careful as we pass this bill. We ensure that we are not putting our people into a trap. We cannot, if we continue this way, we'll be sending a signal to Kenyans that this law was passed to allow the government to harvest souls of Kenyans. Because if Kenyans are being chased from hospitals, if the SHI card is not being accepted in hospital, then why did we pass the law? Did we pass it so that as many Kenyans as possible can die? I mean, we have to be sincere, Mr. Speaker. We are the people's representative in this house, Mr. Speaker. Nobody can speak for all the residents of the county of Bomet, or the county of Laikipia, or the county of Kakamega, or the county of Nyamira, Mr. Speaker. And since these things have been brought to our attention, Mr. Speaker, we must address them, Mr. Speaker. So I'm sorry to digress a bit, but I support the Senator Korir on this bill, but I also want to say something. Maybe you can consider what is in Section 9, subsection 2. I'm not seeing clarity there, Mr. Speaker. The section says that before the removal of a member under subsection 1F, the county governor shall request the committee to give a statement. Mr. Speaker, instead of saying that the committee will give a statement, I think what we should say is, before removing a member, there should be a fair hearing process of their removal, so that they are given notice of intention to remove them, they are given a fair hearing, and then a decision is made. But let's not have that statement that is fairly ambiguous, that says that the governor will just request for a statement. What kind of statement? He should actually ask for minutes confirming that due process has been invoked, that these people were given a fair hearing before they were removed from office. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a good bill, very progressive, beneficial to our children, as long as we incorporate issues of making it more digital and not analog. Because we are making this bill, we have proposed this bill to be enacted into law to benefit our Gen Z, who are more digital than analog. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Senator Mogeni. The chair had to restrain himself when you digressed, especially you being a seasoned member of this House, with regard to the relevance of your contributions, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 120. But nonetheless, you noted, and in future, you used to. It's all right, it's okay. The chair is yet to allow you to speak. Secondly, I wanted to inform you that being an alumni of the University of Nairobi, I equally experience the experience that you had with regards to the availability of research books, and those are the very critical books to specific areas of interest where we had to queue for us to be able to get an opportunity to speak, to read and research on those particular books. This is one such bill that I believe will guide and avail the relevant books, not only at now county level, but cutting across in the larger Kenya. Now, I will Honorable members, before I allow the rest of the senators who are keen to contribute to this motion, I'll ask to interrupt the debate on this bill and allow the Majority Whip, Senator Boni Halwale, to table a report and give notice of moving the motion on that particular report tomorrow. Senator Boni Halwale, you proceed to table your report. Give him the mic, clerk.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following of this House, the 12th of March 2025. 1, report of the Standing Committee on Finance on the 2025 Budget Policy Statement, and 2, report of the Standing Committee on Finance on the 2025 Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy. Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, I beg to give notice of the following 2 motions. That the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2025 Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 12th March 2025. And 2, Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2025 Budget Policy Statement laid on the table of the Senate on 12th of March 2025, and pursuant to Section 25(7) of the Public Finance Management Act and Standing Order number 86(7) of the Senate, approves the 2025 Budget Policy Statement. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Boni. I now direct the resumption of debate on the bill by the Honorable Senator Joyce Korir, and I will call upon Senator Margaret Kamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to support this bill by Senator Joyce Korir. May I begin by congratulating Senator Joyce Korir for a well-articulated bill, and a bill whose time has come. Mr. Speaker, this bill is very important because our children have lost the reading culture. They have lost the reading culture to the extent that students actually go to university having passed, but their language is completely discouraging. They don't seem to have a sense between the proper grammar that is required of them and the proper way of expressing things. So a library will give them an opportunity to read books which have been well articulated, and we know that that is going to improve them. Mr. Speaker, we need our children to go back to a reading culture. It is very sad that at the moment, most children are reading from phones. And if you are reading from a telephone, it is not like reading a storybook, the way we read even from books themselves, because of the distractions that come with using telephones, social media, and all sorts of things that interrupt. So having a library is something very, very important. As I support this bill, I only want to make just a few comments and a few additions that I wish the Senator can add as we congratulate her. One is that one of the objects of this bill is to establish libraries in each county. There is need to encourage actually those libraries to be situated in every ward. I want to persuade her to reward there so that it is establishing libraries in each county with at least one library at the ward level. Because it is easy to make a library free access, but if you have to pay to travel from the farthest corner of Wasingishu to Eldoret to the use of a library to research and to read materials. So I want to encourage that. The other one that I really like, which is what one senator has talked about, is that this will be an area where we are not only going to preserve, but we are going to develop our cultural. We are made to believe that our cultures were a disaster, they are witchcraft. We are told that it was backwardness. So we need to redevelop, we need to reconstruct the cultures that we have. So we may go beyond preserving and actually develop our cultural heritage. Thank God that in our high schools we have the music festivals. It has brought back the indigenous songs. It has brought back. There is one aspect that this development should also address, Mr. Speaker, which I want to suggest, that we need to develop our languages. So we need to have an area that, apart from developing the cultural heritage, we also develop our languages. There was a time when the Ministry of Education, Basic Education, said that children should learn themselves, did not know what to teach. So we learn themselves, did not know what to teach. So we need to redevelop our languages that we cannot afford to lose. We cannot afford to learn dialects that we have in this country and build them into not only into the storybooks, because we can bring all those back. Anything that was destroyed. Mr. Speaker, I say this because I sit in the Pan-African Parliament, and this year is the African Year for Culture and Reparations from the colonialists.
Senator Kinyua, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, are we talking about library or you're talking about museum? When you talk about culture or heritage, Mr. Speaker, because at the end of the day, if you talk about languages, I've listened to her keenly because it's a professor. We're in the same committee of education. I've listened to her and I'm following closely. Mr. Speaker, what is the need of ICT in every word, the ICT? Because with ICT, Mr. Speaker, I can read every document. But when you talk about if it's museums, Mr. Speaker, then you can get the old encyclopedia, which are not updated, if that's the situation. Because, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand why we are talking about our heritage, our culture, when we're talking about library. And I thought with the new technology, Mr. Speaker, we can deal with this matter. Even
Very
you don't
well, Senator Kinyua, you've actually made your point. What the good Professor Senator Kamar, if I also understood her very well, which I did, because I'm following the same, is the fact that having these libraries at the lowest level, where she's made a proposal to have it at the ability to preserve these cultures and heritage. But Professor Kamar, you've heard the point of order the Honorable Senator say, bill that we are debating.
Chair, I want to refer Senator Kinyua to Article 3D, because that is where I'm referring to. 3D is to ensure preservation of cultural heritage of counties for future generation. I know 2 days ago, we actually debated about having our museums at that level at the same time. But museums will gather information that is already existing. So it is very important actually to have the interlock. I liked the way Senator Korir has brought in the same thing of preservation of culture, not in terms of preserve only what is done, and that's why I said, can we expand from preserve to develop? Because a library can research, a library can inquire, which is something that sometimes museums don't. Museums want to show you what it is. But what is it that we are going to show in a country that, whose culture was torn apart during colonial days? Who is going to bring that information together? You will find that the library will do more work than the museum itself. So the museum will only have artifacts that are ready. But we need to reconstruct some of our artifacts. We need to reconstruct some of our cultures because they have been distorted. So I liked that D. I'm making reference to D, that is preservation of cultural heritage. And I'm saying, can we expand it? Who is going to help us have a dictionary? Will the museum do that? No. The museum can only give us the Kalenjin dictionary or Kalenjin books that are of the past, not of the present. So I'm looking at how this bill can be progressive, and it's already progressive, because it's looking at how to get some. So apart from preservation, let us also use these libraries to develop, to gather information, and to rebuild our cultural heritage. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I truly support this bill. Thank you.
Now, Senator Kinyua.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia mswada huu wa huduma za maktaba katika gatuzi zetu. Bwana Spika, kuanzia mwanzo, kwanza nataka kusema ya kwamba hakuna kitu hata kimoja kinazuia kwa wakati huu, kwa sababu mambo yaliyotajwa hapa. Kwanza nikitaka kumpongeza Senator Joyce Korir kwa kazi nzuri aliyofanya, lakini hakuna kitu hata kimoja, Bwana Spika, kwa wakati huu kinazuia magavana wa gatuzi zetu wakuwe wakifanya jambo hili la kuwa na maktaba katika sehemu zetu zote za wodi katika gatuzi zetu. Lakini yote 9, Bwana Spika, 10 ni ya kwamba ni kweli nataka kubaliana na vile profesa alivyosema mwachamila ni mtumwa, na nikizingatia ya kwamba ukisoma katika kipengee cha 3 vile alivyosema, unaona ya kwamba tutakuwa tukihifadhi desturi na mila zetu. Bwana Spika, vile vile ukiangalia ya kwamba ukiangalia katika kipengee cha 5 kuna vile ambavyo ameeleza kinaga ubaga ya kwamba kutakuwa na ile kamati itakayokuwa ikishughulikia maktaba. Kwa hivyo hakuna ile itakuwa kiholela, mambo yatafanywa kiholela. Kuna wale ambao watapatiwa zile jukumu na kazi yao ni kufuatilia kwamba tuna maktaba katika gatuzi zetu. Na Bwana Spika, najua wengi wamesema ya kwamba vijana wetu kwa wakati huu wengi wajihusishi na mambo ya masomo. Unapata mtu ako katika simu yake ya rununu, lakini hata yale mambo anayopata katika zile simu za rununu hazina ule mambo anayosoma si mambo ambayo yanaweza kuthibitishwa, lakini vitabu vingi ambavyo vitakuwa katika maktaba zetu, ninataka kusema ya kwamba ni vitabu ambavyo vimethibitishwa, vitabu ambavyo vinakubalika. Kwa hivyo vijana wetu wanapotembelea maktaba zetu, Bwana Spika, yale watakuwa yakisoma ni mambo ambayo yanaweza kuelimisha, ni mambo ambayo yamekaguliwa katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, kwa sababu mila na desturi zetu zitakuwa zikizingatiwa. Bwana Spika, nikizingatia kwamba ukiangalia sinema zingine ambazo zinazoonyeshwa katika televisheni zetu, unapata ni sinema ambazo zimeangaliwa na zinakubalika, lakini ukitumia simu za rununu, Bwana Spika, unapata mambo ambayo wanasoma pale haikubaliki. Tabia zetu zinaendelea kudorora, Bwana Spika. Nikikubaliana na viongozi wengine ambao wameongea mbele yangu, ni ya kwamba itaendeleza ujuzi wa vijana wetu, na ujuzi ambao unafaa, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu unaweza pata ujuzi lakini ni ujuzi ambao haufai, Bwana Spika. Jambo lingine, Bwana Spika, nikiangalia katika mswada huu, Bwana Spika, inapatia kaunti zetu nguvu kamili, hasa waziri ambaye anahusika na mambo ya masomo awe akizingatia kwamba tumepata maktaba katika sehemu zetu zote. Lakini Bwana Spika, hata ijapokuwa na upigie upato mswada huu, ningeomba magavana wetu, hata kabla mswada huu haujapita kabisa, wawe tayari wameangalia hivi pengee, na wawe tayari wameanza kuyatekeleza haya majukumu katika gatuzi zetu, kwa sababu nchi ambayo haina ujuzi, nchi ambayo vijana hawasomi, Bwana Spika, itakuwa ni nchi ambayo inaendelea kuwa na upungufu, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo kwangu, nikiunga tu mkono, ni ya kwamba, Bwana Spika, tuwe na maktaba katika gatuzi zetu. Lakini Bwana Spika, ni vizuri ieleweke na iwekwe paliwanja. Pengine Koril, ningependa kukuomba Senator, tuweze kuangalia, Bwana Spika, hizi ICT center zitapewa kipao kipi katika hizi maktaba zetu, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu teknolojia inaendelea kuimarika na vitu vipya vinaendelea kuchipuka, Bwana Spika. Unaweza kuandika kitabu, wakati nasoma kitabu leo, Bwana Spika, mambo mapya tayari yametokea. Kwa hivyo wakati mwingine unapata kusoma kitabu kwa Kiingereza hard copy, Bwana Spika, na yule ambaye anasoma soft copy, unapata vitu vipya, kwa sababu uzinduzi unaendelea kufanyika kila siku. Na sisi tunapambana pale kwetu Laikipia. Ukienda mahali kama Rumuruti, Bwana Spika, uende mahali kunaitwa Salama, pengine pale tumeweka hii maktaba kulingana na vile Senator Joyce Koril angelitaka, na unapata ndio vitabu vipo. Nakumbuka, Bwana Spika, nikiwa katika chuo kikuu, unapata zile nyaraka ambazo yule lecturer anakuja kutufunza nazo. Alifunza watu zaidi ya miaka 18, Bwana Spika. Mambo yamebadilika, na ilali sisi tunaendelea kusoma hayo mambo. Kwa hivyo ni mpaka tujue vizuri tutapanga maktaba zetu vipi, tukishughulikia mambo ya teknolojia, kwa sababu teknolojia tayari imekuja na iko pamoja na sisi. Unapata badala ya mtu hata kusoma kitabu, Bwana Spika, unaweza kuwa umeketi, kitabu unasomewa na unaelewa inasemwa namna gani, badala ya kwenda pale katika maktaba. Kutoka hapa nitembee, kama maktaba pengine iko Mbagathi, naweza nikakaa hapa kwa ofisi yangu, na nikiwa na kompyuta yangu, Bwana Spika, nitaweza kuona mambo yote. Na hii hata ninayosoma katika kompyuta ni mpya kushinda kitabu ambacho tayari kimeandikwa. Kwa hivyo nikumuulize Senator, utuambie ama uone vile ambavyo utaweka mambo ya teknolojia katika maktaba zetu. Bwana Spika, nashukuru.
Asante sana Senator Kinyua. Sasa ndampa nafasi Senator Osotsi ili pia naye aichangie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also make my contribution to the County Boundary Services Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I would say that I support this bill, but I'll also express my reservations, which of course can lead to amendments to this bill. Mr. Speaker, as you know that library is one of the services that are devolved, and as Senator Kinyua said, our counties should not wait for a legislation like this one to start having libraries in their counties. They need to have developed library services in their counties, all the 47 counties. Mr. Speaker, the drafters of the Constitution had a good reason why they wanted libraries to be devolved, because I think, Mr. Speaker, they were taking sure of the fact that most counties have diversities. We have community diversities, and we have interest in the counties, which cultural issues, which can be organized at the county level. And therefore, having this bill, which hopefully it will become an act of parliament if passed by the two houses, it is important towards achieving that agenda, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill proposes to establish county libraries in each county. It also proposes to establish the county library development committees in each county. And this will ensure that our people have access to library services. And if you look at the object of the bill, it also proposes to establish, to promote literacy in our counties, to support education, cultural, research activities in our counties, and also to ensure the preservation of cultural heritage of the counties for future generations. Mr. Speaker, this is very important, especially in this era where most of our children are forgetting the indigenous languages. They are speaking Swahili, they are speaking English, and they cannot speak mother tongue. Libraries will provide the necessary facilities for them to read the mother tongue books and understand their language, so they can be able to communicate. And thereby, Mr. Speaker, this will also help in preserving our mother tongue in our various counties. Libraries should also be a source for cultural knowledge, so that our youth can go there, learn about their culture, be educated. But I think even as we talk about libraries, we also need to have a futuristic thinking on how these libraries will continue operating. Because the traditional library was that the books were there, and the people would come in, read the books there, and borrow the books and take them home. But that is changing, Mr. Speaker, because of technology and because of interest, and generally because reading should not be very punitive. Reading should be enjoyable, reading should be fun, and reading should be accompanied by other entertainment aspects. You know, the traditional library, I remember when I was in school, we would go to a library and stay there the whole day, sit there in the cold library hall, read, and live there. There is no lunch, there is no entertainment, and go home. But the modern day, people want to read in an environment where they can enjoy the reading. They can access refreshments. They can also, youth can also listen to music, and generally having an environment that is conducive for to make reading not look punitive, but entertaining. But all the same, libraries are a key to developing a reading culture in this country. Mr. Speaker, we have a serious problem in Kenya where we are deteriorating as a nation in terms of a reading culture. Most of our youth do not read books anymore. They don't read books anymore, Mr. Speaker. Even our adults do not read books anymore. If you ask someone, how many books have you read this month? The only reading they read is the newspaper or going to WhatsApp, going to internet and reading things. But just reading books, it is a problem. And that culture is not good for the future of this country. But when we have these library services across the country, maybe it will promote reading culture across the country. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with Senator Kinyua that even as we talk about libraries, let us also take cognizance of the fact that technology is here. Technology is here, and the technology is actually declaring everything redundant. Mr. Speaker, if you talk to the people who work in the media, they will tell you, for example, in the print media, the newspaper sales have gone down sharply, Mr. Speaker. The Nation newspaper, the Standard newspaper, or any other newspaper, they are making fewer sales. And that situation is getting worse by the day. Why? Because digital spaces are available where people can get access to news, the same news that newspapers are publishing. By the time the newspaper is printed, delivered, that news is already stale. People have already accessed the news on the digital platform. So that is why the newspaper sales are going down, and the media is actually on the verge of collapsing, especially the print media. And this is a matter that we really need to look at. The same applies to libraries. Mr. Speaker, why would I spend my time going to library shelves to look for a book? I spend almost an hour searching for the right book to read. When I can go to my phone and using AI technology, I can quickly access a book that I want to read and even borrow online and pay for it. So what I'm trying to say is that though we are encouraging counties to have libraries, but very soon, once these libraries are started, they will become redundant. And you will never see even a single person going there to read a book. So even as we pass this bill, let us take cognizance of technology, especially AI technology. Mr. Speaker, AI technology is going to drive many people out of business. Even at the universities, professors are now very careful how to manage students, because students are able to go to AI, read everything, ask any question, and it is answered. And they don't need someone to stand before them and start telling them things, because AI is there for them. And almost every sector is going to be affected by artificial intelligence. This is one of the sectors, the library sector, that is going to face extinction because of AI. So as we pass this bill, let us note that we need this bill to take cognizance of growth in technology, especially artificial intelligence. Because I know artificial intelligence, you use artificial intelligence platform, they have artificial intelligence algorithm that do a search. You want a particular book, a book talking about maybe Luya culture, and within a few seconds, you have the book there. And that's how Amazon Books works. If you go to Amazon Books, you can buy a book on any title that you want. You can even rent a book on any title you want and read it. So the proposal of this bill, when you go back, please look at what is happening in the digital environment, especially AI, as far as the library management is concerned. Otherwise, we are going to pass this bill. Our counties are going to invest in libraries, but those libraries may become useless after a short time. And Mr. Speaker, I am also very uncomfortable with the idea of having a committee, the County Library Services Development Committee in each county. Mr. Speaker, we are fighting our counties because of the high wage bill. Every county, they have surpassed the wage bill limit of 35%. Most are even beyond 80% because of expenditures around employees, around people. That is recurrent expenditure. If we develop our laws, and in those laws we are calling for establishment of committees with a secretariat, we are simply ballooning the wage bill. And you know, our role is to oversight these counties to ensure that they comply to the law, particularly on the wage bill limit of 35%. But when we pass these kind of bills, we are contradicting our position as a Senate. So I would want to dissuade the proposal of this bill. Please drop the idea of a committee. You don't need a committee to decide for you which book to buy. You don't need a committee to arrange books in the shelf. You don't need a committee to basically manage a library. We have a department with a CEC, with the chief officers, with the staff. What will they be doing? That is their work. They need to coordinate that. They need to manage that. So I want to dissuade the proposal of this bill to drop the idea of the committees. This will just give people an opportunity to earn, to get allowances, and basically do nothing. And the problem is even coupled with the AI technology. Now you have a library there that is not functioning because people don't go there, and you have a committee that is earning allowance for doing nothing, Mr. Speaker. So I want to dissuade that we drop the idea of a committee, and maybe the functions of the committee to be handled by CEC, the relevant CEC of that function, libraries. And Mr. Speaker, that way we will be saving our counties money that can be directed to other functions. Because, Mr. Speaker, our counties are becoming employment bureaus. Our counties are becoming employment bureaus. If you have a situation where 80%, or even some counties go all the way to 90% of the budget is going to recurrent expenditure, then, Mr. Speaker, we are not doing well in terms of devolution. And therefore, the bills that we pass, the policies that we pass must be designed in such a way that we are not pushing counties to incur more recurrent expenditure. Because it beats the purpose of having counties where there is no development happening, people are just working and earning salaries. Yes, employment is good, but that was not the major reason why counties were created. The major reason why counties were created was to become economic units for the development of various development of the country. So I want to ask Commissioner Koril, please, the idea of the committee may look good, but it has a cost implication. And also, if you look at the functions, then you wonder, why would we need to have a committee? The same CEC, who is supposed to be basically managing this thing, he is now a committee member, earning a salary, and also earning an allowance in the same committee. It doesn't make sense at all. But majorly, Mr. Speaker, is the aspect of technology. If we don't think technology will be ahead of us, and technology is not waiting for us. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, when I was contributing to a statement here, I said that for this country to grow in terms of technology, we will need to look at the way the ICT ministry is being run. And I said that the ICT ministry is being run by people who are clueless. They are not ICT experts. And therefore, we cannot make progress. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy some of the people have called me today, and they have told me that I was too harsh on them. But I think sometimes it's important for us to say the truth about these things. We need to see progress. Because if we want, for example, to digitalize these libraries, we need to ensure there is infrastructural growth in the counties. Terrestrial technology in terms of communication must be expanded. Fiber optics, the so-called superhighway, should be expanded so that technology is available, and therefore these libraries are going to be based on technology. So something has to be done. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to spend all the time. I can see my colleagues also want to contribute. I say I support, but insist that let us not focus too much on brick and mortar. We also need to look at technology. And technology is here with us. We cannot run away from technology. It is here with us. Our investment must take cognizance of technology. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Sotsi. I can confirm that though you have made reference to your colleagues, you are within the time that the standing orders allows you to contribute to the bill. Unfortunately, that is the law, and we have got to comply with it. So I will allow Senator Mofaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for indulgence. Senator Sosi has taken all the time parading his skills on ICT, but the provision in standing orders allows him to have engaged as much. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by congratulating Senator Joyce, our Parliamentary Service Commission, for bringing up this very important bill. This bill is long overdue. I don't know why it has taken this much, because I think the essence of revolution is supposed now to come up with very many aspects such as libraries. I don't know why governors would wait for a bill to be formulated in the Senate for them maybe to start a library. Honorable Speaker, libraries are very critical. I remember during our time, these are some of the very good aspects that we used to enjoy, though they were very scarce during those times. And Honorable Speaker, we developed some very serious catchers out of those libraries. We learned a lot, because some of us could not afford maybe to get those reading materials from our backyard. We really benefited from libraries across the board. But Honorable Speaker, as very many contributors have just alluded to, we have some very serious challenges currently because of technology. You know, Honorable Speaker, we have diverted as a society from the reading culture. Kenya is at the lowest peak of the reading culture. I think Kenyans have been too much embroiled in politics. You know, I think the political literature is very much vibrant in our current culture and current way of life. So many people would want to rush into getting to what is in Kenyan politics and context, so forth and so forth. So, Honorable Speaker, if you look at our generation today, our young people are too much into TikTok and so many other technological issues that are just developing. You rarely find a young man talking of the current writers. We used to talk of Kena Ngoigwa Thiong'o, we used to talk of Kena Mairo, we used to talk of Kena Chinua Achebe. Those things are not there anymore, Honorable Speaker. That one tells you that the reading culture in this country is at its lowest, and I think once we develop this bill and these libraries are devolved to the counties, maybe we would expect the committee that has just been formulated in this bill to make sure that we encourage our young people and any other person of interest for that matter to develop that culture of reading. Honorable Speaker, we might be very much interested in making sure that we have libraries, but of course, Honorable Speaker, we don't expect to have libraries that are not equipped. We expect maybe to have libraries with necessary reading relevant materials that are in tandem with the current happenings in the society. I think that is the only way, Honorable Speaker, that we can grow. And Honorable Speaker, we also have to follow up, because having a bill which will be an act of parliament is not enough. We must also make some follow-up to see whether this arrangement is duplicated in all counties so that we can have created that kind of arrangement. You know, Honorable Speaker, will be some serious custodians of our literature, our culture, and of course, today we are losing our mother tongue. Very many kids today can communicate with their mother tongue. I think it's something that's very serious, and that's what should be addressed, especially when we put these libraries into place. So I don't take much of your time because, Honorable Speaker, I know one of my colleagues wants to contribute and we are almost out of time. So I think, Honorable Speaker, let me congratulate Senator Joyce for coming up with this very brilliant idea, well researched, and something that needs some few amendments here and there so that we can have a very nice document that's supposed to be shown to the counties. I support.
Thank you, Senator Mofaya. Senator Shakila Abdallah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I would also want to congratulate Senator Joyce for this bill. It's a very important bill. Mr. Speaker, when I talk of this library, I am thinking of grassroots and areas whereby technology has not really gone down, and most of the people are using the small mobiles. Even if you're a parent, your kid is in school, they don't have smartphones to access the books from the phones. I want to encourage the libraries to be in every school. I know there are some schools which have no libraries, and we need library in every school because that will encourage and will promote the English language, which is used in all the lessons they are learning. And you realize most of the students, more so in Mashinani or at the grassroots level, they fail because of English. They're not very conversant with English, and the exams and everything else is done in English. So if they have libraries in schools, this will improve their English language. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage mobile libraries because as we are not able to have libraries in every ward and every county at the moment, but if we have one county library, then we can have few libraries or rather mobile libraries which can be moving from ward to ward, from every ward. So a mobile library is something we need to think of, which it can work in most areas whereby technology has not reached, and also the areas which have no libraries. You will realize there are constituencies, there are schools with no libraries at all. So if we have mobile libraries, it will help big time to our students, our youth, and also for readers who like to read. So, Mr. Speaker, and we need to encourage these mobile libraries to be for the kids from ECT level so that they get that they get that English which they require. I know in Nairobi, Mombasa, all these big towns and cities, kids are very good in English. They can speak English from the ECD level. But you realize there are other schools which are very poor. They have no libraries. The teachers are not competent, whereby them themselves are failures. How do you expect a teacher who got D and he's a teacher, or C, to teach good English to a student? So with these libraries, they would help. Our ECD schools, we need them. We need libraries for them. We need for primary schools and for secondary schools. We need libraries. So as we are implementing the county's libraries, we should think also of having libraries in all the schools, and more so at the grassroots level, where areas there are no smartphones, there are no electricity and nothing. We need to have mobile libraries in those areas. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, and it can go very well with few amendments, which can work very well with other areas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, there being no other senator interested in contributing to this bill, I'll ask Senator Joyce to reply.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to thank the following honorable members who have really given very good suggestions on this bill. Honorable Boni Halwale, who has been the seconder, who has also talked about the issues of the mobile libraries, which has also been echoed by Honorable Shakila. I think that is a good suggestion that we need to take it into consideration, because a number of areas within our counties are not able to even get these libraries. Even if we are going to establish the libraries, as by the request by Honorable Kamar, still we will not be able to have all the libraries within the various wards that we have within this country because of the resources. So mobile libraries, I think Honorable Speaker will play a key role in making sure that the Kenyans get access to the libraries. Honorable Omogeni, who also talked about the appointment of the committees be done through either a selection panel or through the Public Service Board. I think he has also talked about the Section 921, where he talked about the removal of the committee and suggested that be given a fair hearing and not to be decided by the governor. I also want to thank Honorable Kamar, who has talked about the establishment of these libraries, at least in every ward. I've said that it would have been good for us to have in every ward, but because of the resources, I think the issue of the mobile libraries in the meantime, and even establishing within the counties, will at least play the role that the bill is aiming to do. There is also the issue of developing of the languages, which she really pushed forward, and I think I agree with that. I also want to thank Honorable Kinywa, Honorable Sotsi, who have also spoken about the issues of technology. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank Honorable Mofaya, Honorable Shakila, and I want to say, Honorable Speaker, despite the fact that they have talked about the digital platform, Honorable Speaker, there are a number of issues that are also affecting the digital platform, because a number of them might not be having the gadgets and even the internet across the country. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the honorable members, and I beg to reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joyce. You may need to request to defer the putting of the question. Proceed.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to the Standing Order 66.3, I request that the putting of the question on this bill be deferred to a later date.
Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 66, the putting of the question to the bill is deferred to the next sitting of the House. May now rise. Now, Honorable Senators, it's now 6:30 p.m. Time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, 13th of March 2025 at 2:30 p.m.